Out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. There, king rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there, king rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose with the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came, rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose with the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came, rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose with the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday.
It is our Midwest Buckybull Association Futurity and Bull Riding today. Your producers, Randy and Jen Shippey. Our judges, Riley Shippey, Jill Tibbett, and Ty Myers.
we got a lot of calves entered today at the Futurity. Spring's always a good time. People are wanting to see what they got for up-and-comers. So we got a lot of good numbers in the yearling and 2-year-old class. We got close to 70 head or so of the yearlings and 2-year-olds. So going to be a lot of young green calves, you know, in the yearling class especially, calves that maybe haven't been to town. So it should be some interesting, you know, we'll probably see some thrills and spills, but it'll definitely be some good watching. You know, we got a lot of calves entered today at the Futurity. Spring's always a good time. People are wanting to see what they got for up-and-comers. So we got a lot of good.
DTM Sports presents the 2023 Bucking Bull Series. Brought to you by Jerky Pro, the go-to snack of pro gamers and athletes. Low-fat, high-protein, organic, and 100% made in America. And by Paul Bryan USA, high-quality socks, 100% American design and manufactured in the USA. What's on your feet? And by Who Did That Media, one of America's fastest.
Yearling Derby, Futurity, and Classic, that'll happen at 4 o'clock today with our riders. Want to say thank you to our platinum sponsors. A big thank you going out to Larson Ranch, Futurity Electric, Chippy Realty, and Back Interest. Also thanks to
So, and Polar Vortex recently died here in the last 6 months. So I know Randy was a little disappointed.
How old was Polar Vortex when he passed?
I want to say he was probably close to 8 or 9 years old.
Wow.
So
I think we may have fixed the problem here, folks.
So hopefully we're loud enough. Oh, young bull fell down.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, Prankster. Or excuse me, Payback. Payback. Number 13 nomination, Payback.
So the next bull up is S28, Macho Man. This is going to be a Polar Vortex son.
Okay, so apparently we've got the technical issue fixed. Now we're too loud, so we're going to fine tune. Tennille's working communications for us, checking on our sound for us.
But Polar Vortex son out of Cloud King daughter. Both of those two bulls were a staples for Randy here over the last 10 years.
And by the way, we should mention, we have to do the little thing and say any music you're hearing in the background that's not part of our broadcast is incidental, and we not own the copyrights too. They do have a local disc jockey in-house here. Music played from our broadcast is licensed by Who Did That Media and Artlist.io. So now that the legal stuff is out of the way, and we're back to the rancher livestock equipment shoot as they're getting this next bull ready. And again, Bob, now since I was doing the technical stuff, you got to catch me up. Who is this bull?
This is S28, Macho Man.
Okay. Another great name. All I can think of is that Village People song, Macho Macho Man. Here we go. Oh. Macho Man stayed out and was too macho last night. Yep. That thing rolled right over.
Fell down on his front shoulder there.
And again, we're talking about how their athleticism is there. Like I said, one of the early about the outgate, and he even stumbled running out. So, they're excited for the experience, just like anybody. The endorphins get hopping and they get moving around, and things happen. They fall, but I can guarantee you that bull will not fall every time they're out. They'll get better and better and better. Next up, we've got S225 Smokin' Aces from Shippey and Dale Cox, the contractor.
So Smokin' Aces is a U28's grandson out of a, I'm not sure what he's out of.
Well, we know his granddad.
Yeah.
This is the part of bull riding that's the least fun when we do the hurry up and wait. But while we're sitting here, the Bucking Bull Series brought to you by Who Did That Media and WDTM Sports. We've got some great merchandise that's available. You can go to WDTMsports.com and check that out. We've got a really cool logo this year that you're seeing right now on the lower third, and that's available on T-shirts and bottles and hats and all kinds of stuff like that. If you go to WDTMsports.com, you can check that stuff out. And, it's funny, yesterday we were standing here getting ready doing our tech calls, and we had a chance to sample Jerky Pro Jerky. It's delicious. We decided, I don't know, Bob, I think Bob's an original guy. I like the pepper jerky. And Tennille, you will have your induction to the Jerky Pro family here shortly.
I'm looking forward to it. I love my jerky. I bet it's great. Excited to try it.
And here we go, about to come out.
Sometimes they want to come up and say hi.
Yeah, that bull just took the camera. Let me fix that.
So those are the yearlings. Sometimes they don't know what they're doing. They just get a little confused. I'm sure he was great at the house when Shippy was bucking him in practice. Not today. He did get his debut. Hopefully next time he'll...
But you know, Tennille, it's because you're sitting over here. He wanted to come over and say, hey.
I think he was trying to come up to Jill. She's right here. She's one of the judges. Was trying to see if he could get a little higher scores. We just got to talk to him about how they score these bulls.
And so for those of you guys here in the Midwest, I apologize for my southern accent. You know, when I went to school, we were taught synonyms, antonyms, and how's your mama names. So I do have a bit of a southern accent. I'm trying to hide it. That's why we have Tennille, who has a nice neutral Midwest kind of accent, which I like.
Well, I didn't know I had an accent, so thank you.
All right, so now we're at the backyard bucking bull shoot, and this time we got Wild Side. This is Shippy and Riley Jones. This is S223.
So we talked about getting jelly. This is another calf that is a brother, also by that page 66G, which is a jelly roll son.
Yeah, here we go. So now this bull looks calm. Contractor doing his thing there. And that's, of course, Randy again. You know, it's funny, those of us who work 9-to-5 jobs, you know, we talk about a long, hard day. I had this job, I guess, last night on our way home. It's impressive how hard ranchers work.
Oh, definitely. There is no time off.
You know, Randy spent the winter up here in South Dakota. They had 8. Here we go. Stumbling around there a bit.
Hasn't figured it out yet, Wild Side.
So next up, we're going to have S218. This is Easy Street. This is another Shippy bull who's co-owned by Todd Schrader. And we're also going to be in the left-hand chute. We're going to be in the backyard bucking bull chute, I think. Yeah, so back to, you know, I wanted to talk about how hard ranchers work. And you know, a lot of times farmers and ranchers are not appreciated for what they're, you know, especially if they're making, you know, beef cattle that we're buying and stuff like that. But, you know, Randy has 2 sons that are off in college, and his wife and daughter live here. And pretty much solo, Randy was plowing snow this winter, where they had snow, you know, 8 to 9 feet piled up out here all winter long. And you know, when we rolled into town the other day, we passed a couple of fields still had snow drifts in them. So you know, it was a hard winter. And last year they had a drought all summer long. And so it's one of those things you got to pray to God that you're going to get what you need to get through the year, and then hope that next year is better.
Yeah, they don't make them like ranchers and farmers, because it takes a lot of hard work with a little bit of profit. And I saw those pictures of him. He was out here sun up to sundown, probably longer, just getting some dry spots for his cattle, getting some hay out to him.
You know, one of the things I remember seeing is there was a video posted on the MBBA Facebook page of Randy in a steer skid, and you could not see 4 feet. Here we go. So Easy Street. Oh, Easy on bucking. There we go. You know, that's a great athlete. He falls down, trips, rolls around, gets back up, keeps bucking, even if it's over.
Yeah. Get up and try harder.
So we've gone through the Shippy bulls, and we're going to get to double D bucking bulls now. Oh yeah, you know what? I take that back. We're going to rake the arena. So let's take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors. First, we got Jerky Pro, and
head on over to our concession stand, give yourself something to eat, something to drink. We'll be back with 1832 of our journey.
Yeah, we got to get her to turn down. She's like, everybody's complaining.
Pro gamers and athletes. 8 delicious varieties to choose from.
She keeps getting louder and louder and louder.
MBBA on checkout
Yeah.
for additional savings. Scan the
Well, let me
QR
get back
code
up.
on your
Get ready to get out of this. Yeah, so we thank Jerky Pro so much. And also want to thank Paul Bryan USA. I'm wearing their socks right now. They're comfy and cozy.
100% made in the USA company with nearly a 100-year textile lineage. Comfort matters when it comes to socks, and Paul Bryan USA manufactures a full line of socks suited for any occasion, including the breast cancer awareness pink ribbon socks. Ladies, these super comfy socks not only feel good on your feet, they give back. For every pair sold, Paul Bryan USA donates $1 to breast cancer research. There's a perfect style for any lady, from classic white and pink to powder blue with pink hearts and the wildly popular pink giraffe print. Enjoy comfort, style, and know every pair of these socks sold will help breast cancer research. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use the discount code BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet?
Yeah, we were just talking about technical difficulties, and the other thing we're dealing with. There's a lot of machinations, lots of juggling going on because we're dealing with internet speed. We're out in the country, so it's not like we're near the city where you have fiber optic and it's super fast. So we're dealing with all that. So right now, what they're doing is they're surfacing the arena. Makes it. This is especially important so that the animals aren't hurting themselves.
Right, and it gives them all the same fairness, if you will, so that they all have the same type footing.
All right, good. So it sounds like we've got all of our technical issues worked out. We're gonna go buy lunch for the in-house DJ Doreen and ask her to turn it down a little bit. See if I might be able to persuade her with a breakfast burrito. But when you're dealing with this, the music that they play locally, while we don't own the license to it, it's important because it pumps up everybody and gets them going, especially when they've got riders on these bulls. The riders love to get pumped up before they're going out, and so we have this little kind of orchestration between what's going on in-house here and what we're trying to do on the air, and it's always challenging. And of course, lawyers make it difficult always because they reach out to us and say, hey, you can't play that on the air. Well, we're not playing it, somebody else is. So be aware. I just have to give you the legal disclaimer that the music that you're hearing in the background is not licensed or copyrighted or owned by Who Did That Media or WDTM Sports. It is locally played and is incidental in our broadcast. Any music originating from our broadcast comes from WhoDidThatMedia.com and Artlist.io. So we're doing everything we can to make sure we're keeping everything on the up and up. So one of the things we were talking about was people traveling from all over the place to be here. And you came from Colorado. And how long does it take you to get here?
So we're about 7 hours, 7 to 8 hours.
And how many animals did you bring?
So we brought 5 today.
5, okay. So one of the things I learned coming up, I never even realized this. You have to stop. How many hours can you drive with those bulls?
So everyone's a little bit different. We usually cap it out at 10. 10 to 12 hours is all we'll do on one run.
Yeah, and that's a lot. And when you think about you've got an event like these PBR bulls that are traveling all the time, the orchestration of traveling from one part of the country to the other part of the country, there's a whole network of places where they're going to stop, and they're going to these feedlots and stuff. Is that what they're using, just a feedlot? Or? So
it'll change. Usually it's somebody they know.
Yeah.
We have a place in Colorado, and a lot of times people will stop at our place because you have the back pins, friends, sell barns, feedlots.
Right, great. Yeah, so that's again goes back to we were talking about how the lives of these animals. I mean, you could do a lot worse than living your life as a bull. The luckiest animals of the world are dogs owned by my wife and bucking bulls.
I know we spoil ours. They get everything that they need. I'd bring them in the house if my husband would let me.
Yeah, for sure. So we're getting ready to get another one up here. This is we're going with Double. This is Double D. This is 2207, correct? 2207, owned by Double D, coming out of the left-hand chute. This is going to be in the backyard bucking bull chute, and we're going to watch this white bull come out of here.
Double D from Minnesota. So you want to talk about hard winters?
Yeah. Minnesota this year is. I would say the Dakotas and Minnesota just have taken the brunt. All the flooding going on in Minnesota right now.
If we could even that out across the United States.
Yeah. And it's funny, we were talking, here we go, this one's about to come out. Nice whip and kick.
Yeah, so he started probably about that first 2 seconds. Didn't have a lot of intensity, but he had everything else, and I liked it. Then kind of jumped out of it, stayed in it. He's going to lose some points for that last 2 seconds.
Right.
But not a bad out.
You know, when we pulled in the other night, the first thing we did with Randy is we went out to check the cattle, and we went out, as I mentioned earlier, it was calving season. And I know this is probably old hat for you, but just the amazing miracle of these cows, this mama dropping a calf 2 minutes before we walk out there, she's still licking it off. It's still on the ground. And so we pull away and let them do what they're going to do, sit out there for 20 minutes, come back, and that little calf is on the teat already. And it's wonderful. These cows are so tough.
They are tough, and you've got to be made tough to live out in the pasture lands, but it never does get old. Every single time, it's a miracle just to watch and see.
Yeah.
And it is interesting how quickly they bounce up and can get going. But also, we look at, how would they be if it weren't for us ranchers? They'd be out there with predators, so they've got to get up moving quickly.
And the weather doesn't cooperate when with calf's going to be born. So I mean, the other night it was wet and muddy and cold, and that's another thing about Randy and Jen Shippey out here. They're working so hard that they'll go out and warm these calves up, pull them into the cab to tag their ear, and turn the heat on, get them warmed up, tallow them off, and send them back out. So like I said, you could do a lot worse than being a bucking bull.
The weather actually works against us. Anytime we have a storm coming in our front, that barometric pressure drops, and that's when we usually have our calves.
Yep, so we're getting ready to get another bull out of the backyard bucking bull chute. This is 222. Oh, we're going to the right. I'm sorry, we're going to Evolution Spray Foam Booth. And this is 2221 from Double D Bucking Bulls.
I believe this is our first right of the day, is it not? Our second right of the day.
That's right. I have some friends that I said, there's right-handed bulls, and they're like, you mean like a left-handed smoke sifter? And I said, no, they're left-handed. Oh, look at this guy. There we go. He's going to lay down to shoot there a little bit.
And that's the not part about yearlings. He doesn't know. It's like, I'm just going to get down here where no one can see me. Might be a little better.
But it's funny. You see these bulls on the PBR want to lay down on the chute too, and they of course there's a lot more ways to get them to stand up, with the wedges and things like that. But
yeah, so usually if they're laying down at the PBR, might be some outside influence.
Yeah.
At that level, they know what they're doing.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So it could be intimidation sometimes. They're intimidating the rider.
So some of the questions I've gotten from people who are, getting into the sport, they want to know about the orchestration it takes to get the bulls into the chute. And that's really, it started yesterday when they start coming into the pens, they get them into the alleys, they orchestrate. Here we go.
Oh.
Yeah. Little kick and stumble there.
Bad stumble. It's going to cost him. So here at the MBBA, they always score. ABBI, if they fall and stop motion, they'll DQ. I think that one probably would have got judged. Definitely will get judged here, but it's not going to be a very high score. Would have been if it wasn't for that.
Perfect. So next up, we've got in the left-hand chute over here, this is the backyard bucking bull chute. We've got 287, which is owned by Savage Bucking Bulls and Mike McKee. And they're doing that thing to get them in there.
So I got to talk to Cody before this event. This is a homegrown calf, one that he raised. Usually Cody buys his calves. He started a little breeding program, has some cows. This is his first one that is homegrown, so he's super excited about him. He did say he's your typical yearling. He's either going to come out here, win the deal, or he's going to run off.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Let's see. I hope for Cody, he wins the whole thing.
So coming up after this bull, we're going to tell you a little bit more about our host today, which is Randy Shippey. And you get to see firsthand this man working with his animals. We got a little thing to show you about the Shippey Ranch. So right now he's putting the little, now what that thing is officially just called
a dummy.
A dummy, okay.
So
And it weighs 15 pounds?
I'm not sure this one, but ours at home is 19 pounds. I've seen them as light as 9 pounds.
Yeah.
So it's in that range.
Do they change the weight between the yearling class and Futurity, or?
So I'm not sure if they do at MBBA. We do at the Buckers Unlimited. It's a little lighter in the yearlings.
Okay, that makes good sense.
So these calves, they're too athletic and they're too small to put a rider on. So
Yeah.
the size of kid you would put on them, you wouldn't put on a bull at this
Correct.
rate. So that's when the dummy came in.
And again, we were mentioning earlier about heifer calves coming out and bucking. So in the Futurity and in the yearling, we'll have the heifer calves. Oh. Now there you go, just like you were saying. Pink,
Yeah.
one way or the other. So let me tell you a little bit more about Randy Shippey. Tennille, you're awesome. You're awesome. Love working with you. That's fun. Stand by and watch on this one.
Working on getting the bull out of the arena for us today. We appreciate him and
It should stop on its own.
No, it didn't, because I told.
Oh.
Because when you switch to the monitor mode to the other one, but I went and fixed it, so it should stop.
Okay.
But I think every time you load a video, you should probably check it. I didn't check it.
And we are back. So we're in the backyard bucking bull shoot with this as a left-hand bull again, of course, and we're going with, this is number 26, correct?
Yep, correct. Number 26. Don't know much about this bull. Yep.
26 is owned by Johnson Bucking Bulls. And they're getting that bull ready to come out of the chute.
We'll see how.
You know, and it's, for me, I mean, I love watching the Derby and the Classic Bulls with the riders, but I love watching the Yearling and the Futurity, and then coming back 3 years later to see how that bull has advanced and how they've improved.
Right, how they've grown.
Yeah. Hipped himself coming out. Little stumble there.
Yep.
You're going to lose a lot of points on that, of course. It's now on this level, if they hip themselves coming out, is that a disqualification?
No.
It's not. Okay.
No. They just
don't get scored very high.
Okay. Exactly. Judges are just scoring with what they see for the time limit, the dummies on the back.
Yeah. And every league is a little different on how they're handling these things. So, for example, those of you who watch, PBR, they'll see like a bull hips himself, the rider getting a chance for a re-ride. In this case, in these leagues, if later on when we're having riders, if a bull hips himself coming out, is that a re-ride, or how do we usually handle that?
So tonight when we're talking about the rider bulls, most likely yes.
Yeah.
So if it caused the buck off, that's going to be a re-ride.
Right. Okay. Great.
Now with these calves, it's the bull's fault.
Sure.
So it's just going to dock him.
Yep.
They don't DQ here. Interesting on this next calf, I have some interesting information to tell you.
So this is C72 Ginger Diane. So this is owned by Jeff Kephart.
Yep, and he just bought this little heifer from Brandon Stewart. He had to sell. He was selling all heifers. Really exciting sell he had. So I'm pretty looking forward to watching Ginger Diane.
So that's the Evolution Spray Foam chute. And as you know, we have not been in the right chute very often today. But we do have one.
Yeah. So like we were talking before, they are left or right-handed. We say handed, but it's their lead. Are they leading with their left foot first hoof,
Right.
or their right hoof?
Right.
So that's part of the ownership and the training, is learning what delivery are they.
And sometimes it takes a few outs to determine, well, maybe they are really a left-handed bull. Or,
Yeah.
well, maybe we should try them in the right-hand chute.
Yeah. We have bulls that will go out of the right, take one, they'll go left. You switch them to the left, they'll go out one, go to the right. So you never
They just
know.
don't want to make it easy on you.
No, and if it was easy, everybody would do it, right?
That's right. All right, so this heifer calf's going to come out. I'm actually really excited to see how she does here.
I love watching the heifers buck. It gets a little scary, but they're so intense and athletic.
Yeah.
They've got 1 year
Just
they
like-
can go rodeo.
Just like human women.
Right?
I have sisters, trust me.
I have all brothers, so I don't know.
I bet you gave them a run for their money.
I tried.
Here we go. All right, so break that one down.
So she came out strong, hit that back of the chute. That may have pushed her forward. She didn't find a spot. She's just kind of lost right now.
Yeah,
Good looking at first. She's going to make a good mom, and I bet she gets some more outs, and we'll try her a little more.
sure. She's down there talking to the children at the gate now. Now she's gonna wander around, decide whether she wants to leave. She's coming over to the booth to say hello.
Isn't that just like a female, right? Got to talk to everybody.
She got to be social butterfly. You know, Bob and I were out here a couple of years ago, and this bull decided it did not want to leave the arena. It's going around, and it backs itself up to us and starts kicking dirt. And we were literally sweeping dirt off ourselves sitting here. And then, you know, that afternoon the same thing happened again. So you can't come here and not want to get dirt on you.
Yeah, I mean, it is the greatest show on dirt, right?
Yeah, we always say at the beginning of the broadcast, let's kick up some dirt, and we're not kidding.
Yes, not at all.
We're not kidding.
Can't be afraid of a little dirt.
So right now we got the cowboy in the arena. Gonna put a rope around her and take her out. Maybe she'll get, oh, there she goes. She's got the idea. She's leaving. They're gonna close the WDTM Sports out gate.
A lot of time that horse, that's just persuasion. I'll swing the rope at you, give you some time to do it on your own, kind of like our parents.
That cow says, "Oh wait, I remember what that is."
Yes. No. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail. So coming up next, we got this is 23 in the bucking order. This is 212 Drinkin' Solo, and Drinkin' Solo is owned by CRTT Cattle Company. Now, is this their first year in the MBBA, Bob? Is it their first year? It's not their first year. Okay.
No, they participated last year. Then they changed their names. This is Cooper. I'm going to mess up the last name. I apologize. Consinger.
Yeah.
Kangizer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Rod McGinnis, Tim Schreiber, and Tyler.
We don't know. Close
Don't
enough.
know the last name. Anyway,
Now known as CRTT.
exactly.
Yeah, which is important.
And this is riding solo.
Yeah, this is the first of 4 animals coming out of CRTT Rodeo Company, or Rodeo Cattle Company. Again, 212 coming out of the left-hand backyard bucking bulls chute. And
I'm looking it up now, but with a name like Drinking Solo, I would guess that this is a flying solo calf.
okay,
Now, I just got back from Oklahoma where I had the great honor of judging Tulsa Time and all women's Futurity, and the winning calf was riding solo. Excuse me. The winning calf there was flying solo, a riding solo son.
oh, awesome. All right, so let's see how the Drinking Solo comes out. Woo!
Yeah, I don't need to look up his DNA. That's a riding solo calf, I would tell you.
That calf was explosive inside coming out there.
He came out strong. He was coming for the win, had a little stumble that's going to cost him. But I like him for sure.
We got to keep an eye on that one.
Keep an eye on Drinking Solo. Doesn't sound very fun, Drinking Solo.
Well, yeah, that usually causes concern, and rehab follows shortly after. So we got number 24 in the bucking order up next. This is in the left-hand chute again, the backyard bucking bulls chute. This is going to be 221, also owned by CRTT Cattle Company.
So they come from Kansas, so about a 8-hour drive, I'm assuming. not too bad for these calves, and CRTT brings us 4 calves in the yearlings. And we're going to see them later today as well.
Great. And so the way the events work today, we'll do the Yearling and the Futurity, and then later this afternoon we'll come back for the Derby and the Classic, so there'll be a couple-hour break in between. And so when we come back for the afternoon, we'll bring back the scores from the morning to give everybody an update, let them know who won in each category. And by the way, this is not exhibition. These bulls and heifers are competing for cash prizes. So, and this is the first event of this year, although the season actually officially started before the end of last year. But the 2023 season for the MBBA, this is their second event. It's the spring. I really kind of feel like this is the first event of the year, although it's technically the second. Oh,
I feel the same.
Here we go. Getting ready to come out. 221 from CRTT Cattle Company. Oh, there's a lot to talk about there.
Lots to talk about. So I've been just scoring here for fun of it to keep my skills sharpened, and I moved that one up to the lead.
So let's talk about what we saw there that makes that a winning bull.
So got up off the ground, kicking. You saw those back legs were extending every round. They weren't tucked back in. He was extending them. Came around nice and strong. Never lost a beat.
Right.
Good.
Loved it. Love that. So, you bring up a point about scoring, and I want to talk about scoring a little bit. It's one of those things that people, inevitably, I talk about bull riding to somebody, and they say, wait a minute, the bull gets scored too? And how does that work? And so can you give us before this other bull's out, give us a quick tutorial on how we're scoring?
Yeah, so how we're scoring to the bulls and how we score the riders tonight are 2 different things. But right now, we're scoring the bull, we're scoring them 4 seconds, 5 reasons. Their buck, their spin, their difficulty, their intensity, and their kick.
Okay. That's a lot, and so that's a lot for the judges to keep up with.
It definitely is.
You notice the judges we have one left to the left of us, and we have another one to the right of us, and they're kind of spread around the arena, so they all get a different angle on what they see.
Yes.
And very often you see these score sheets, and you're like, what was this judge thinking? But they don't see the same thing the other judge sees. So,
very good point.
And that keeps it fair, I think.
It does. And another thing, some places have a back judge. That is a very different view than here.
Yeah.
So you'll see that more with the rider bulls.
And here comes 221, getting ready to come out. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's 207.
So good calf. You saw he came out, came around, but then he kind of started stuttering. So he didn't keep that spin up. That's going to cost him in that category we just talked about, spin. Still a very nice calf.
But there's things that he did right. That turn back was quick.
Yes. That's still a very good calf. He's going to get scored. I have him in the money. We'll see what the judges do. But he did not beat the last calf. And that's your number 1 reason.
All right, so 2248 is out next. And this is going to be a CRTT Cattle Company. This is the last one we have on the in this division. While we're waiting for this to go, I just want to kind of mention a couple of the folks that are really working hard to take care of this. And we have 2 sponsors that have joined us to help with the broadcast portion of this, and that is, of course, Jerky Pro. That's www.jerky.pro. Their jerky is very delicious. And then we also have Paul Bryan USA. They're actually, I'm proud to say, a North Carolina company, and they are American-owned and made with over 100 years of lineage in the textile industry, and they make some comfortable socks. And Neil, I'll make sure you get a pair, because they also have a line of women's socks where $1 from every sock goes to breast cancer research. So they really do have a wonderful product. So here we go. This bull's getting ready to come out. This is 2248 CRTT.
They've had a good outing, CRTT, today. I'm really excited about seeing this next calf. Last one for him.
Here we go.
Woo.
Big spin.
Nice calf.
Yeah.
So Now, you see with her, she had the intensity. You could see a lot of intensity. She was still getting off the ground. She was kicking. She wasn't kicking quite as strong as those last two, but still was kicking very nice. Really like her.
You know, in the modern day, we are able to communicate with each other in many different ways. You can find out what's going on by visiting social media. And if you want to learn more about the Midwest Bucking Bulls, you can obviously follow them on Facebook and YouTube to see these events at MBBABulls.com. The website is MBBABulls.net. And I want to correct myself. It's actually Facebook and YouTube. It's at MBBA Bulls. So you could subscribe, like, follow. They'd really appreciate it. And I got to tell you, again, being the city kid, I'm constantly showing these videos to people who've never been to a rodeo event. And last summer down in North Carolina, we had a rodeo event come through, and I brought probably 15 people to that who'd never been to an event, and they were like, wow, this is awesome.
And that's great to hear because we know this. We love it. Some of us were born into it. But it's kind of a dying breed, and we need more social media, more people talking about it. Come and have fun with us.
Well, it's one of those things. One of the things I like about it a lot is, I'm a big sports fan, so I go to baseball games and basketball games and football games. But it's a different experience here because it's, not to be cheesy, but it's a more wholesome Americana kind of thing. People are here and the community, the camaraderie between the ranchers and the contractors, it's a pleasant experience, not only from participating, but also being in the audience watching it.
You won't know unless you go. We're a family. We're called the Rodeo Family. It's like none other.
So next up is this animal comes from Bernhard Cattle and Moyer and Sons. It's 93K. Is that correct? 93K. Big whipping kicks.
Nice big whipping kick. I think we got another heifer there too.
Yeah, I like. It's funny because I can't see through the gate. They come out, and then I see Tennille looking down. Is that a heifer?
So it's funny because some people, and I get this all the time, I have cows out there with big old, I'll have friends come and they're like, wait, is that a bull? I'm like, no, that's a cow.
Yeah.
And they think I'm lying to them because for some reason people have been taught that cows don't have horns. I don't know when that started, but they most definitely have horns.
Yeah.
And it's not as easy to tell, especially at this age.
Someone mentioned to me, hey, if your bulls don't do well, you just eat them, right? I'm like, no. Maybe. So earlier we were talking about the Powerpuff Girls naming bulls, heifer calves of the Powerpuff. This next animal is Strawberry Shortcake. Now that's from our era.
Yeah, that ages me again because, we like Strawberry Shortcake.
99E, and this is from Angelo's Deli and Moyer and Sons.
They come to us from Kansas. Been coming up to the MBBA for quite a while. Usually always actually, good set of calves.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one does.
I don't think we have to look on her. I'm sure she's a heifer, although I did have a bull I named Daisy once.
Well, you know what? It's funny. I would actually like to name a really bad bull, a real rank bull, something sweet like Buttercup or something like that. Great.
They're my favorite. Yeah, when you have it like that. One of my very first bulls, his name was Baby. And Donnie Gay was announcing, and he was kind of making fun of us. Oh, why'd you name a bull Donnie Gay? Or why would you name a bull Baby? And you got to go home and tell him you got knocked off Baby.
Baby.
I'll tell you.
Here we go. Ooh, little stumble there. So it looks like she did a couple things right, but how are you looking on scoring there?
So she did do some things really right. She was kicking, she was intense. I like that. She wasn't spinning. I don't have her towards my top leaderboard, but I really do like her.
Good.
But Baby, once he bucked his guy off, Donnie Gay said, "Oh, Baby," and then he realized why he has that name.
When you hear the things that the judges are looking for in these animals when they come out, and until you've seen a bunch of animals, coming out and bucking, and you'll know when you see one that's really something special. Because you'll see some that do a nice whip and kick, you'll see some that do the spins, you see some that hopping up and getting some altitude. But then when you see it all happen at once,
yes,
you know you got something special.
say with the judging, it's really easy to get that top. It's really easy to get that bottom.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
that middle that's hard. When they do everything right, a blind man can score them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So next up, we got 212. This is in the right-hand gate. This is the contractor is Moyer and Sons. This is number 29 in the bucking order, and after this bull, we've got 3 more entries in this category. If you find yourself really fascinated in this sport and you'd like to dip your toe into it, there's an easy way to do it. The Shippey Ranch here, you can partner with Randy on a bull, even if all you want to do is just watch the stream and see your name up on the screen, which is how I got into it. And I really, really enjoy it. So, it's one of those things that these ranchers work so hard. They do such a good job. They raise these animals. They feed them. They take care of the breeding. They do all this. Here we go. Coming out. A little stumble inside the chute. Now, so we see that bull comes out and is totally out all over the arena. And that's not really ideal. We want them to turn back towards the chute.
Yep, so we would say that one's not patterned up.
Yeah, not patterned up.
Yeah.
I like that expression.
Another heifer.
Oh, see, I call it a bull.
And the next one's up a heifer too, so we're in the heifer game.
I think on the call sheet
Well,
for us
is it?
amateurs, it should say heifer or bull. So we got the next one is in bucking orders 30, and it's the number is 24. Still some Bailey from BJ Cattle, and excited to see this animal.
So I talked to Jesse Pullman, it's his calf, about this one. He said that they raised 24, and this is common in the yearling. She's either really good or will flip and stumble.
Okay, well, that's the whole spectrum.
That's yearlings for you.
Yeah.
So she has placed twice this year already.
So she's really calm. Look how she's just. This folks. When you see an animal like this, they're like half asleep at the wheel or whatever, but then they come out and they're so explosive. Let's see what's going on here.
So yeah, she's still learning, and right now that's a comfortable spot to be. They've probably been working with her, getting her in the chute. That's part of the training, is making sure that they're comfortable in the chute so they can come out and do what they were bred to do. We're working on those cameras for you so you can see good on the left and the right.
And as I mentioned earlier, Tennille is working the communications. Somebody's watching the stream and giving us a little advice, which is so helpful. Folks, if you want to learn more about the MBBA, you could visit their Facebook page and also go to their website, which is mbbabulls.net, and see all their sponsors, learn about events coming up so that you can get on a plane and come out here to South Dakota or drive up here to South Dakota.
We'd love to have them.
All right.
Oh, I'm supposed to be videoing.
So let's talk about that for a second. That was a little bit all over the arena, but when it came out, we got a nice big high hop. Tell me a little bit what you're thinking. Put on your judge's hat for me.
So not a very high score.
Okay.
Like we did have that one nice big, but we didn't have 4 seconds of it.
Right.
So she's learning. Not going to be a very fancy score on her.
Okay, great. So now, it's great to have you here, Tennille, because now people who are watching this are saying, okay, now I know what they're looking for.
And one thing to keep in mind, the judges, it's their opinion. So maybe somebody else disagrees with me, but that's my opinion.
So next up, these are the last 2 animals competing this morning in the yearling class. And next up from G&H Cattle and BJ Cattle is Louisiana High 2-46.
So born and bred in Louisiana, hence the name, G&H Cattle and BJ Cattle.
And again, we're back at our evolution spray foam shoot number 3.
And of course, she beat me to it. Doreen said just what I was about to say, that the bull's coming out of the Evolution spray foam chute.
Isn't this nice having this arena?
Yeah, it is.
Sprayed.
It's lovely.
It's pretty cold outside. It's nice in here. Don't let the weather scare you away from coming to South Dakota.
You know what's interesting is this show arena has been foamed out. As a matter of fact, our friends from Evolution Spray Foam and another vendor also sprayed out the inside of this place, which has made a huge difference. For those of you who know who've been here before, it's a dramatic difference in here. So we're just getting ready. Getting there, a little activity inside the chute.
So getting that dummy on just perfect. So Jesse Pullman couldn't be here with us. Phil Markoff is there on the flank.
Yep. So, and again, I want to just mention that the music you're hearing in the background is totally incidental and not part of our broadcast. We do not own the copyrights to it. See, now that bull's backing up in the chute, leaning against the back of the chute. I guess, would that be the side or the back?
That'd be the back.
That'd be the back,
Yep.
okay.
So on the back, just move in there. There's a lot of room in there for these little calves.
Yep.
Phil's going to get that flank right, and then he's going to make sure he's standing good.
Yeah, now you'll see this afternoon when the bigger bulls are in here, there's not much room.
Not much at all.
No, here we go. Woo! Ooh, big kick. All right, I'm not even going to guess. Tennille, tell me.
Started out real good, like that calf, came out there, was kicking, was extended. He started better than he ended. Judges are going to see that, but it's still a good calf, and we're going to see a good score on him.
All right, great. So we got one more bull coming up, which is Real Sexy, after which we're going to thank some of our sponsors. So we'll do that, and then we'll get ready for the next class, which of course is Futurity. And I think they'll probably do the arena again while we're...
Yeah, so I'm sure they'll drag the arena, so we want to keep the ground just as perfect as we can to give every calf an even playing field so they can keep their footing good. Randy does a great job keeping care of the ground.
Yeah, like I said, you know, when we got here, this arena was ready. I mean, they just worked so hard. So we're now down in the Rancher's Livestock Equipment chute. Randy's getting up there, getting ready to go in here. This is Real Sexy, number 233 from Tilton Bucking Bulls, number 32 in the bucking order, and this is our last competitor this morning in this division, which is the Yearlings.
So this is a real interesting place to be, very last out.
Yeah.
Some guys love it, some guys don't, but right now it's either you or the other guy. So
Yeah, you're holding your breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, been in this position many times, and sometimes that person comes out and it's a heartbreaker. You're
It
like,
is, and I've been there. We were winning until that last one.
Yeah, for sure. So there we go, getting ready. Going to pull that, and then we'll take a break and talk about our sponsors for a few minutes. Here we go. Now, okay, Tennille, Bob, I think that is a right-handed bull.
What?
I think that's a right-handed bull. You see, as soon as that gate came open, it went to the right into the back wall.
Right. So, and that's what we do. We study these videos and may switch him over. Isn't he a good-looking bull, though?
Oh yeah, beautiful.
So he didn't have the buck or the kick as much as the others, but he was a spinner. He was spinning right there. He did it fast. And the one thing I want to bring up too, the clock doesn't start until part of his body leaves the chute.
Right.
So you saw him doing a lot of action in there. That didn't count.
And I think he just burned up a lot of energy in there, hitting that back wall. A little confusion going on.
Exactly.
I'm really interested to see what that bull would look like coming out of a right-hand gate.
Yeah, I bet we see him on the right next time.
So that, of course, is Real Sexy. That's 233 Tilton Bucking Bulls, and that is the last bull this morning in the Futurity. But, you know, of course, we want to thank our sponsors who have come here to help us, and we'll let you tell you a little bit more about them.
The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Jerky Pro, USDA, and FDA.
Hey, Bob, let's go to We'll Be Right Back after the second commercial.
100% made in America. Jerky Pro, the go-to
Yeah, that's fine.
snack of pro gamers and athletes.
Okay, so we'll cycle through. We'll do Paul Bryan next, then we're going to go to gold, and then silver, and then we'll go to the Be Right Back and play some music. Okay?
Scan the QR code on your screen to
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because there's going to be a third. Go.
2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA.
You're going to go to Randy next?
100% made
You're
in
going to go to
the
Gold
USA
Sponsors
company
next?
with a solid
Platinum.
American textile lineage. They make high-quality socks made from the finest yarns using higher needle counts than most socks on the market today. What's this mean for you? It means their socks offer amazing comfort, like their LMX Silver Series. They call it the Super Sock because not only is it one of the most comfortable socks you'll ever wear, they've included military-grade nano silver particles, which make these socks antimicrobial, antifungal, antibacterial, and moisture-wicking. Best of all, these socks don't stink. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use discount code BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet? MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Hal Payne's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch, Kuchera Electric, and Shippey Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Tapatio, Grossenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag.
And of course, we have had a great time this morning. And if you want to follow us the rest of the season, the Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports will be here at the Midwest Bucking Bull events, and God willing, some other events around the country. And we have some beautiful merchandise. Can I be proud of my daughter? My daughter designed all this merchandise, I will say. So you can get your own Bucking Bull Series T-shirt for 2023, and all you have to do is go to WDTMsports.com. There's a merch page there. You can check all that stuff out. Get yourself a water bottle or a T-shirt, or there's, of course, my daughter designed them, so there's women's tanks and other stuff like that for the women and the men. So check those out, and there's a code on your screen. You can scan that with your phone and go right to the website to our merch store, so check that out. So we're going to take a little break before we go into the Futurity division so they can get everything ready here, and we're going to play some music for you, and we will be back shortly.
Make me work, make me sweat inside, make me feel like I'm alive. Take this hurt, lady, throw it in my face. Don't let these bones slow you down, 'cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe in me behind, 'cause I'm over easy tonight. State the truth, spit it out, I'm waiting. Don't leave me contemplating my own life. Save the bullshit for another man or lover. Don't need a four-leaf clover to decide, 'cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe in me behind, 'cause I'm over easy tonight. Oh, hey!
isolated, without the thrill of chasing, like taking cotton candy from a child. Too many answers, but all we need is questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light. 'Cause I'm coming up strong, the grass should've looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, she'll change it and receiving. Girl, you best believe in me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy, I'm over easy, and I'm over easy tonight. Hey!
I can't believe I'm counting down the minutes till it's Tuesday. Another day back on my feet. I'm fighting every minute till the weekend, so I can live it up and do it all again and again. Friday we go dive, Saturday we ride, Sunday party, and let's call it a perfect weekend. Friday we go dive, Saturday we ride, Sunday party, and let's call it a perfect weekend. Wednesday, and I can't wait to get away. I'm counting down the minutes till it's Thursday. I'm holding on for one more day. I'm fighting every minute till the weekend, so I can live it up and do it all again and again. Friday we go dive, Saturday we ride, Sunday party, and let's call it a perfect weekend. Friday we go dive, Saturday we ride, Sunday party, and let's call it a perfect weekend. Friday we go dive, Saturday we ride, Sunday party, and let's call it a perfect weekend. Friday we go dive, Saturday we ride, Sunday party, and let's call it a perfect weekend. The perfect weekend. The perfect weekend. Let's call it a perfect weekend.
If you just wanna ride, I'll lay next to you. Let our bodies fall easy. Let my hands receive you. I'll lay next to you. Light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I want you burn bright. I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. Give you space, let your dreams take flight. If you fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. Give you space, let your dreams take flight. If they fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you. Let our bodies fall easy. Let my hands receive you. I'll lay next to you. Light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I want you burn bright. I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. Give you space, let your dreams take flight. If you fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. altar. Daddy's daughter's got a second ways, a pistol that her daddy bought her, hidden in a gutter, and she ain't afraid to use it. It's up to you, are you gonna be blood or just blood in the water? 'Cause she can't help but knowing what her daddy taught her. She's her daddy's daughter.
Stressing, counting all my blessings. God, come get me out of this town. 'Cause every day I wake up wishing I could break up with the city light and construction sound. I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to do. It was all I could do to get away. But now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, all I see is an empty heart and broken dreams. Oh, you got me cussing, yeah, I'm probably running, trying to get away from myself. Do I need a vacation, maybe medication? Do you think I need professional help? I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to prove. It's all I could do to get away. But now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, all I see is an empty heart and broken dreams. Don't give up, you're enough, kid. Keep your head up. If it's tough, you can bluff it. You'll figure it out. Got a bug, give me love, so I don't mess myself up with the drugs and the lover who isn't enough for me. Is it ever enough for me? I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to prove. It was all I could do to get away. But now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to prove. It was all I could do to get away. And now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, all I see is an empty heart and broken dreams. Feels like I've known you my whole life. Been nothing more than friends this whole time. Summertime skipping rocks so innocent. I never thought I'd ever hold your hand. But there's something in the sunset, feels different this time. There's a feeling, if you feel it, baby, I don't wanna hide. We don't gotta stay friends forever, we can cross that line together. Find love, baby, never say never. After all this time, I just wanna take a step in a new direction. I wanna tell you what I failed to mention. We can fly a couple of birds of a feather. We don't gotta stay friends forever. We can give this whole town something to talk about. We don't gotta pretend, don't gotta dance around it, no. I've been dreaming about a midnight, all night kind of kiss, making up for everything we ever missed. Yeah, there's something about your sweet smile, it's just different this time. So baby, lean in like you mean it, put your lips on mine. We don't gotta stay friends forever, we can cross that line together. Find love, baby, never say never. After all this time, I just wanna take a step in a new direction. I wanna tell you what I failed to mention. We can fly a couple of birds of a feather. We don't gotta stay friends forever, we can start a whole new chapter. Find our happy ever after. The only way to know is ask her. Yeah, baby, we don't gotta stay friends forever, we can cross that line together. Find love, baby, never say never. After all this time, I just wanna take a step in a new direction. I wanna tell you what I failed to mention. We can fly a couple of birds of a feather. We don't gotta stay friends forever, we don't gotta stay friends forever. No, no.
Sometimes it feels like these old ways are hanging on like wax, dripping off a candle, burning slow. These days are dragging on, they're dragging on. Oh Lord, sometimes these days I don't know. Yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my rear view mirror. I could slide back to those wild days, make my way back to those simple times, but I'll keep standing by the highways on these lonely roads, begging like a poor man, begging like a poor man. Yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my rear view mirror. There's feelings filling up my head space, and worries and doubts running circles around my soul. It's funny living in this tight place, something not living in these days. All I know, all I know is yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I
stop looking, can't stop looking at my yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking, I can't stop looking, I can't stop looking. Lord, help me stop looking at my rear mirror. Take me as I am. Will you take me as I am? Take me as I am. 'Cause I'm listening like a child, begging like a poor man. Take me as I am.
She left you gray, I painting colors. She made you stay like all the others. Clean cut, buttoned up, murdered you in cold blood. But I brought you back to life. Tattoos, who knew you were such a bad dude? Yeah, we're gonna be alright. Hey, they call it chaos, me I call it love. It don't have to make sense, let them stare at us. If your love is poison, down the hatch, 'cause we're a match made in LA. She made you feel like you didn't need her. Now you're looking hot and so unbothered. Funny how even now she thinks you'll come back around. It's so delusional. Here we are in your car driving down the boulevard, and it's so beautiful. Hey, they call it chaos, me I call it love. It don't have to make sense, let them stare at us. If your love is poison, down the hatch, 'cause we're a match made in LA. 'Cause we're a match made in LA. 'Cause we're a match made in LA. She didn't see you when you were right there. Now she can see you with me everywhere. Hey, they call it chaos, me I call it love. It don't have to make sense, let them stare at us. If your love is poison, down the hatch, 'cause we're a match made in LA. Hey, they call it chaos, me I call it love. It don't have to make sense, let them stare at us. If your love is poison, down the hatch, 'cause we're a match made in LA.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Oh, kerosene creek, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river.
Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I fear there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Babe, I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy allure you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right.
Watching the sunset on Tennessee hills. I wish I could capture it, I never will. 'Cause I'm not a painter, can't stay in the lines. Just sitting here sipping on dandelion wine. It's starting to rain, but I don't feel a thing. Sitting out rocking on that old porch swing. 'Cause I found me something that tastes like spring. on that dandelion wine. Oh, my life I've known some things can't control. You can make plans, but they'll change most times. So pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. Pour me one more glass of dandelion wine.
So we are live in Shippey Arena, and we're going back to the action here shortly for our second round this morning, which will be the Futurity. But of course, we want to thank our sponsors who are helping us bring this live broadcast to us today.
TM Sports is brought to you by Jerky Pro, USDA and FDA approved beef jerky. It's low fat, high protein, organic, and 100% made in America. Jerky Pro, the go-to snack of pro gamers and athletes. 8 delicious varieties to choose from. Make sure you use the discount code MBBA on checkout for additional savings. Scan the QR code on your screen to order now. The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA is a 100% made in the USA company. They manufacture some of the most comfortable socks available, and sock comfort is key if you're on your feet all day. Check out the classic OG socks. These throwback socks may look old school, but they are manufactured with the latest technology and high-quality construction. The classic OG socks from Paul Bryan USA are great for everyday wear, from sneakers to boots. The OGs can handle the wear and tear. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use discount code BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet?
And we are back at Shippey Arena. And of course, while we were away playing the music, Tennille and Bob were going over the scores from this morning. We want to share those with you.
So we have in first place is 93K of Bernhardt Cattle Moyer and Sons. He has a total score of 92.67, a 23.17.
Okay.
And I say he, but she.
Yeah.
We had a heifer win it today.
That's great. And what was the money on the win today?
$1,804.80.
Okay. So as we said earlier this morning, you kind of make back a little bit of your feed bill with a little win like that. Give you a couple months.
Yeah, that'll give you, quarter of a semi-load. She's a great heifer. Second place, we have 221 CRTT Cattle Company. Was a bull. They marked him 90, won $1,353.60. Now, this is where we talked about the judges, and this is their opinion. Everyone likes something different. Personally, I'm not a judge. I had that 221 first.
Well, it is, it's subjective.
It's very subjective.
And we were just talking during the break. It's always this happens at every broadcast. A bull comes back, and I'm like, hey, we didn't see that. But it's because we're also doing all this stuff here. We've got 3 computers going and audio and all of those stuff. But usually, I will tell you 9 times out of 10, I'll go back and judges are good because I'll go back and look at something later when we're doing posts on the shows, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why we hire judges to get their opinions and make sure that we get it right.
Yep. So talk to me a little bit about we're going into the Futurity now, and we've seen the babies out there this morning, and some stumble, and we kind of determine whether they're going to be good buckers and stuff like that. So now with Futurity, they've got a little more seasoning. So what could we expect to see today?
So you're going to see bulls in a lot more control.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say we won't see any fall. We might see some fall, but not nearly as many. They know what they're doing. They have a whole year behind them. They've figured out their game plan. Now, they are getting bigger. And with that, they have to understand the physics of their size.
Ure.
So there is that little component, but it's going to be a little bit a little harder to judge.
Okay. And so one of the things you'll also notice about, we were talking earlier about how large the chute looks with the yearlings. Now you're going to see these chutes are a little bit 3/4 full.
Yes.
Because you got these bigger animals in there. So we're getting ready to get kicked off here. And the first bull in the lineup today is a brand 111 Bug Scuffle out of Moyer and Son. I love that name, Bug Scuffle.
What is a bug
Scuffle. You know what? All I could think of, what was that name where Granny came from on the Beverly Hills? Bug Tussle. She came from Bug Tussle.
Maybe.
I'm dating myself. I'm talking about the Beverly Hillbillies.
I know that was in black and white, so.
Didn't you know black color? The world was all in black and white until 1970. No, I'm kidding.
So they won the Yearlings. They're going to want to come out here and win this 2-year-old Futurity as well.
Yeah, and Bug Scuffle's there in the chute. Look now, you notice how the bulls now. This is where I've noticed this, and I could be totally wrong, but now the bugs start. You see them start looking out at the arena, so they know what's going on.
Exactly. He knows. He knows he has to stand, look, and that's when they open the gate. They're not going to open the gate if he's not standing good and not looking.
That's right.
You see, even look back and check to make sure Colton was putting on that front just perfectly.
Yeah, so perfect. So we're in the backyard bucking bull chute, and here we go. Oh yeah. There we go.
Started off with a nice solid calf right there.
So let's recap that real quick. What did you see?
So I saw him intend to do what he wanted to do.
Right.
So he came right there, right in the gate, went to the left, I believe, followed that gate, and getting off the ground, kicking. He was he's what I'd call a solid bull.
So immediately what I noticed was the confidence. I mean, there was no unsurety whatsoever. I mean, that bull, he's going to come over and say hi to us. Beautiful animal. But like you said, he knew what he wanted to do.
Yep.
And that's as the day progresses, and especially when you get to the classic bulls, they really know what they want to do.
They definitely know the game.
They want to get that kid off his back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So next up we have got 107. This is from Diamond F and Moyer and Sons, another partnered bull. Number 2 in our order. We're also going to be at the backyard bucking bull gate.
We're going to do replays, show you some replays of these as well as we go through this Futurity cap.
Yeah, so right after we come out of this one, while we're doing the replay, we can kind of talk about what we're seeing. So as soon as this little bull comes out, we'll hit the replay afterwards. As they're getting ready there.
So you talk to the contractors, they're going to tell you, I think they each have a favorite class.
Yeah.
And the ones that like the Yearlings are, I think, your bigger gamblers.
Yeah, yeah.
More certainty in this class. And there's still, some gamble.
Is your favorite the Yearlings or the Futurity?
The Futurity.
Okay, good.
For sure.
Okay.
I like the rider game, but if we're talking Yearlings and Futurities, it's the Futurities.
All right, here we go. Going to pull the chute. Gate open. Okay, so we saw a lot there, so let's take a look at the instant replay on that one as it comes up here.
So he came out strong, nice kick, kind of pushed him down. He had to find his feet again before he could turn back. Went to the left.
But that's again that bull's developing. I don't say its turn back was later and all that kind of stuff, but if you could compare the video from a year ago, huge change.
Huge difference. Probably a year ago, I'm guessing he came out with that strong kick.
So number 3 in the bucking order today is Back in Black by Bowman and Mayer. Pardon me if I didn't get that name right. But this is 117 Back in Black, Bowman and Mayer.
So he's sired by Uncle Cy, who's a Hindu hotel son. That goes back to the old school, up in smoke, the Southwick breeding. And he's got some bad beagle on his dam side. So really nice, interesting old school crossing here.
And we say damn side, we're not cussing, we're saying the mama.
The mom side. So we talked about that earlier. Some guys say 50% comes from the dam, 50% from the sire. I think a lot comes from the mom.
All right, here we go. Backyard bucking bull gate's about to fly open here, and we're going to see some action from Back in Black, 117 from Bowman Mayer.
See how much bigger he is than the last two, and especially from our Yearlings. That's his big. He's got some big bloodlines here behind him. That beagle.
Well, you see that head height in the gate. Now he's up on the upper rails there. So here we go. Super athletic.
Super athletic. Kind of reminds me of the last one even. Bigger bull, more power. This bull screams to me rider. He's
Yeah.
going to be something next year with the rider bull.
1996 Shippey
So the one
Rodeo
thing I guess
Bulls
they'd want to
has been
improve with that
breeding
bull
and
is keep him
training
closer to the
bucking
chute.
bulls as well
Yep.
So he's coming out over here.
That will perform not only at competition,
He did fade
but
across, which was
professionally
nice,
as
but
well.
took him a bit.
Our stock contains
So next we have in the lineup, this is number 4 in our order. This is 129 from Stoltzfut's Buckers.
PRCA and the PBR. Whether you're
Stoltzfut's
new to the
from
industry
Iowa.
and sport, or if you're an experienced breeder or
And, you know, it's
contractor,
being
Shippey
from another
Rodeo
part of the
Bulls
country.
has
It's interesting to
something
come
for
here
you.
and see all the
Owning a
names because they're
bucking
very
bull is
different than
easy,
what we see
even
down
if you
south. Like
know nothing
Stoltzfut's
about
we'd see in
bulls.
Pennsylvania
No experience,
because it's an
no
old
place
Amish
to
name.
keep them,
Okay.
no
But
worries.
I only see it
Shippey Rodeo
up
Bulls
there and
hauls
in the
them,
Midwest.
feeds them, and
I've
trains
never
them.
met anybody in the
You
South
watch
named
and have
Stoltzfut.
fun.
Interesting.
Is that- am I
You
saying
can
that right,
customize the
Stoltzfut?
investment
I say
partnership to fit
Stoltzfus.
your specific
Stoltzfus.
needs.
I don't know what he
Shippey
says.
Rodeo Bulls offer sales of bulls,
We'll get
heifers,
letters.
and cows,
Right.
along with
Make sure you
investment
send your letters to
opportunities
me.
for ownership interests.
My
in young
name's
bulls,
Tennille.
heifers,
I know what it's
and
like to have
semen
your name
sales.
mispronounced.
Call us today at 605
How many people say to you, "How's the captain?"
Or visit us
So,
online at
10, 15 years ago, probably 80%. But not so much
I
anymore.
wonder if people even remember Captain Antonio.
Only people my age and older.
Yeah, well.
But I do.
You know, it's funny, I'm dating myself, but when I started out in radio many, many years ago, I think I probably played their last 2 hits
Huh.
when they were new. So that tells you how old I am.
Mid-70s.
Yeah.
Muskrat Love.
That was a monster. That was 1976. We can play music trivia all day. That's my strong point.
Oh, and that's the year I was born.
So we're up in the Evolution Foam chute out of the right gate. This is 129 from Stoltzfut's Buckers.
129, seat number 3, Evolution Spray Foam Suit.
Shippy Spot's playing in the background. Delete it. Okay, here we go. We thank our audience who's texting us and letting us know about technical stuff, which is great. All right, so here we go. This gate's about to come open on the Evolution Spray Foam gate on the right-hand side. And that bull's starting to think about it. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Stoltzfut's Buckers, 129.
The bull's not cooperating right now, backing up in the chute there. Now he's extended all the way out. Pull that gate. Is there a point when they're in their chute, Tennille, where they're like, okay, now they're ready? What is it that they're looking for?
So they're looking for him to stand calm and look out towards the gate, not leaning, not too far in the back, and make sure that he's flanked.
Yeah.
So he asked Tim to move back. Tim probably did it on his own because he was going up towards that chute.
Okay.
I missed why they didn't call him that time.
Yeah, so he is down. He's laying down in the chute.
So we're just going to nicely ask him to stand up.
Tap him on the back and say, come on.
Okay, I'd pull.
Here it comes. Yeah, pull that gate. Here it goes. And you're seeing, you know, one of the things you notice about these animals is their chest starts getting broader, their body, their flanks, they're getting much heavier, much bigger, and the muscling is there. You see a lot more of that. You know, a lot of them are coming off the winter season when they've been standing in the snow and eating hay, so they're a little heavier now. But towards the end of the summer, when you see these bulls, they are mean fighting machines.
They're ripped, and that's one thing with the bulls down south. They're already ripped because they haven't had quite the winter that we had to feed ours through.
Yep.
That's one thing nice about being able to come up here and compete against other bulls that may be a little bit heavier.
Right, so we're coming up next to left-hand gate. We're going to be going to the Backyard Bucking Bulls gate, and we have got, this is number 120 from Stoltzfut's Buckers. Stoltzfut's Buckers. We'll get it right at some point. I apologize for them for butchering your name. Now, where's Stoltzfut's out of?
Iowa.
Iowa, okay.
I'm not sure exactly where. Ivan is his name.
You know, a little later on, we'll go into more detail, but folks, there's contractors from all over here right now. And we have a little piece. We talked to Randy about that this morning, and we'll show that a little later on. And, of course, there's a lot of folks that work here at the events, the volunteer guys on the outgate, the cowboy on the horse getting ready to help us. And most of these bulls know the rules. They're going to finish up and go out, but some want to showboat, and it requires a cowboy to come in and give them a little encouragement to get out. But once again, for you folks who are not used to this business, the life of a bucking bull is really wonderful. They're not tortured. They're not hurt. They trust me, they have the advantage at all times.
They do. And I just want to tell you, I want to write down that name, Showboat, on my list of names, because that'd be a good bull name.
Yeah.
Because they're definitely showboating.
Yep, for sure. For sure. Here we go, getting ready to pull this fence here, or the gate rather. Bull looks like it's almost ready. 120 from Stoltzfut's Buckers out of the Backyard Bucking Bulls gate. Here we go. Pulling the gate. That bull kicked so high coming out of the gate, it looks like it was going to take the contractor out.
I think he might have gave him a little zinger.
Yeah, I think he did. He's rubbing his face.
Definitely hit the back of his chute, pushed him forward, cost him some points there. Took him a while to get it figured out.
That bull said, you know what? Making me stand here too long. I'm going to give you a little something. All right, that was great. That was 120. So next up at number 6 in the order, we've got 127, also from Stoltzfut's Buckers. It's the last one in this category, this division of their bulls. Also coming out of the Backyard Bucking Bulls gate. So, Tennille, the difference in weight between a yearling and a Futurity bull, I know it's all across the spectrum because they're all bred differently, but different. But what would you say the average gain in a year?
That is a hard question, but just looking at the average of what we just looked at to the average here, you're looking at 3, 4, maybe even 500 pounds.
Yeah, and so then you get to, they age out and they're up in the classic bulls, and they're how much, those guys.
So your classic bulls, they're pretty much full grown. Bulls will grow up to 5. Your classic bulls are 4, but very small gain between 4 and 5. But your full grown bulls will be 1,500 to 2,000 pounds.
Yeah. Now, folks, 1,500 to 200 pounds, that's not much lighter than a Volkswagen Bug. So when you stand next to one of these fully grown bulls, it is a humbling experience. I know it's funny, I see these ranchers walk right up to them and, because they're used to them. But I walk up to these bulls and I got to tell you, I'm taken aback a little bit,
Yeah, they're definitely majestic. The greatest honor is when one of those 2,000-pound bulls comes up, puts his head down, and asks you to scratch him.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's pretty nice.
I haven't had that happen yet.
Oh, you just wait.
It's cool. I was telling Bob last night, I'm having these epiphanies as we come out here, and I learn more and more about it. And we were back as they were putting the bulls in the pen last night, and I turned around to Bob and I said, you got to know what you're doing. You can get killed back here.
1,000%.
And it is a very dangerous sport because these animals don't mean to hurt you, but this is their instinct, and they're large animals. And when you're in a closed space like an alley, you need to be on top of your game and watching them at all times.
Exactly. And they're herd animals, so they want to be with their herd. And when you get them alone, it's a different animal. And when you get them cornered, for sure, sometimes they don't even know. Just walk by you and drag that horn.
Well, 180 pounds of them ain't much. So they run into it and nothing.
Yeah.
So we got this one laying down too. It's not nap time.
Yeah, a lot of them are taking naps. It's nice, comfortable in here, but not that comfortable.
We got to earn our feed. So time to work. Here comes the gate soon.
So he's an Amigo 2 son. We saw a lot of Amigo sons. Amigo 2, he breeds to him quite a bit.
127 coming out of the Backyard Bucking Bulls gate. So let's hit the instant replay on that and take a look.
So 1001, 1002, 1003. 3 seconds before he came around.
So that's going to cost him some points.
It's going to cost him.
Okay. So next up we have the number 7 in the order is L10B. And this is Broken Promises from CRTT Cattle Company. We saw a bunch of their animals in the last round.
So
Switching down the Evolution foam, spray foam chute on the right-hand side.
great name, Broken Promises. You know there's a good story behind that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably involves a wife.
It probably involves probably involves a birthday. This is a true story now. I'm supposed to be at a birthday party last night. My wife says, "Well, you promised you'd be there." Well, I said, "Well, bulls promising a birthday party." So
See, it involved the wife.
I know. Blame it on her.
So we have some events, and it's the Cowgirls Futurity, where women come out and they flank these 2-year-olds. And what's great about it is then the wife is pretty excited about going to bull events.
Yeah.
When you get the whole family involved.
Well, Bob and I did a very smart thing. We got my wife involved in the breeding side, so she's real excited about it now.
Very smart.
Yeah. We're getting ready to pull that gate.
So Broken Promises, he won the April 22nd event, split it, first and second. No, he split the next event in 2022. So he's had a good yearling career.
This is a good-sized bull.
He is good size.
Here comes the gate.
With his breeding, it looks like he may be somehow Crother breeding.
Yeah. Here we go.
Woo!
Not super explosive out of the chute.
I liked him. So let's watch this replay. Comes out. He did step out. Took him a little bit to come around. You're right. And then couldn't commit to one side. Went to the other way.
Yeah. Still got some that full extension on that kick in the back.
Definitely did. Not our leader right now, but a good calf.
Next up, we have number 8. This is Bar None from CRTT Cattle Company. It's going to be out of the Evolution spray foam gate as well. They don't have them loaded yet. And, one of the things that happens during these events is, we mentioned earlier during the yearlings, is sometimes these bulls aren't ready to go.
Correct.
And so we might fall out of order. So now we got a bull in the chute. Want to thank Evolution Spray Foam because this arena is a lot more comfortable with all the spray foam in here.
I'm very thankful for Evolution Spray Foam.
Yeah.
CRTT Cattle Company. Sheet number 3 again, that is our Evolution Spray Foam 2.
This one's almost ready to go. He's getting that dummy on the back.
That dummy was designed to fit just perfectly on their back, and there's an exact spot where it goes. So we want to make sure that's right. There's a cinch around it, and then kind of a ratchet. So you'll see they'll click it, and then he pulls that up, gets it tight so it's not going anywhere.
And so at the 4-second mark, they hit a button. It automatically releases the pin that holds that on their back, falls to the ground.
Yes.
And when you see them kicking in the back, that's from the flank. That's they want to get that off it tickles their tummy.
So it's a kind of a conditioning tool. They know that when the flank is on, it's time. We're bucking.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a tickle.
Yeah.
So I want you to watch the dummy. So just keep an eye on the dummy and tell me if it moves or not, because this is one way the judges can tell difficulty points. Is that dummy just riding him, or is he rocking a little? So it didn't move that much. That tells me that bull would have been a little bit easier to ride had that been a guy.
Okay, that's actually really that's something to look for. I didn't know that. That's a good-looking animal, though.
He is good, and that is a little, because the tighter that cinch is, the harder it's going to be to move it.
Right.
But yeah, it was set there pretty evenly.
You guys think about when you're just walking, and people don't realize how many things are going on in the human body when you're walking to keep balance. And so you're thinking about that dummy on there, and then you're thinking about going to a rider, and the rider's trying to keep that center of gravity. It's like they have a pole from their head to their crotch to stick. They want to get that center of gravity there. And so just imagine you get a big animal that's 1,400, 1,500 pounds, and it's spinning one direction, kicking its heels up, and you have to hold on with one hand and not touch it with the other. it tells you so much, and this is one of the things that surprised me. The conditioning and the athleticism of riders is right up there with the bulls.
Oh, for sure. They need to be hitting the gym. Like, the riders are at a disadvantage. They're, 140 to 160 pound guy competing against 1,800 pound bull.
You see some of these riders on the PBR circuit, like Kaike or some of those guys, and they're just, you watch them warm up and they're doing like sit-ups off the rails and stuff, and you're like, wow.
They're pretty impressive. And speaking of Kaike, he loves the bull Bruiser, and this is out of a Bruiser son, by a Bruiser son. Kaike was having a little breeding program of his own.
That's awesome. Mm-hmm. And I wish I could say I knew that was happening, but I just got lucky on the Kaike.
You got lucky. Yeah. This bull right next, his daddy was Sweet Ride, and I got to see him a lot. He's a Bruiser son. He's pretty bucky. I mean, he's in the PBRs right now.
Yeah, BL 139.
Braxton Lofton bred these bulls, these BL bulls. He's in Louisiana.
Oh, look at so he's a high jumper.
He is. So we talked about how they would be a little calmer and better in the chute, and I am not seeing that.
So people ask, what happens when you can't calm a bull down in the chute? And in a lot of cases, when they can't calm them down, they're just going to open the chute and let them out.
Yeah, if we're in this, I mean, you're going to just take the best opportunity that you can.
Right, and we don't want the bull to hurt themselves.
Correct. We saw just a couple before they took it when that bull was kind of crouched down a little bit. They decided we're not going to fight him anymore. It's just going to get worse. Let's pull it. Now, he doesn't want to do it now because that bull's not even looking.
Yeah, he's looking towards the back.
Mm-hmm. So he's pulling his tail, trying to bring him the other way. There he goes. Solid brindle.
Yep. Took a nice turn back pretty quick there. Good kicks. How are you seeing that as far as what did you think of that performance?
I liked it, so let's do a replay again. No. So yeah, he started very strong. Definitely liked him. He weakened a little bit towards the end. I still like him, but I got to remember that if I were a judge and I was putting down points.
Just got to make sure that intensity remains the whole 4 seconds.
Yep. And sometimes that's, they'll start super, super strong and maybe only drop a little bit, but because it's such a difference, that's where you have your good paid professional judges that can tell.
So next up we got BL 102, CRTT Cattle Company. This is number 10 in the bucking order today.
And another brother, so this is always interesting. Let's see how these two brothers compare to each other.
If they were humans, they'd definitely be competitive, and I'm wondering if the bulls talk to each other out and said, look, man, this is going to be my day, you're going to sit back.
I definitely like to act like they do. I'll have a whole bull conversation in my head.
You get up to these animals and you look at, there's something going on in it. There's definitely something, especially when they're looking at you. You're like, okay, what are you thinking? You going to run me over, or are you going to be nice?
So, and that's something we were talking about when we were off air. How much character these bulls have.
Yeah.
If you're a city kid or you even just are out there with beef animals, maybe you don't understand it, but they are characters. We've got the laid-back jocks, and we've got these wild and intense bulls. We've got sweet, friendly ones. They come in all different types.
But what matters the most is what happens when that gate swings open. Yeah.
Yes. And they know. Game time now.
BL 102. Big hop.
Okay. You see the difference between those two bulls?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. The intensity, the buck, the getting off the ground.
Big hop.
He faded, and he came back with some move forward. He was bucking the whole time, and he was all over the place. That bull is hard to ride. He's going to get some good points for that.
Yeah, that's awesome. So next we got BL 195, Whiskey Business, and this is from CRTT Cattle Company. One of the things about sitting in this arena, we could use a little whiskey because this dust, I'm drinking water as fast as I can, so I apologize when we cough and stuff because, we're eating this dust as these bulls kick it up.
It's pretty brutal. One more. Another Sweet Ride son. So we've seen two. We've picked our winner between the two. Let's see this one. Little brother always wants to win.
Yeah. Whiskey Business. We're going to be going back to the left-hand gate in a minute, but right now we're still in the Evolution Spray Foam right-hand gate. Shoot.
And all 3 of them are rights. That's a genetic thing as well.
Yep. And as we switch over, we're going to be talking about some of our sponsors here in just a moment. But let's see what this bull has to do to impress. The pressure's on. The family pressure is on there. You see this bull. I just love watching their behavior in the chute because you never can tell. This bull looks like it's a little calmer, and they're getting ready to. Yep. Here we go. Getting ready to pull the chute.
You see Tim. He's on the flank. He wants to get it just perfect. The flank is like a belt. Some people like it tight. Some people like it loose. Bulls have different preferences.
Sure.
And Tim flanking, he was pulling our gate, so they switch roles here. Oh, and we're starting over.
Okay. So and that happens.
It does.
So during the day when we're doing the different events, and you'll see the complexity as you go from Yearling to Futurity to Derby to Classic, and you'll see there's more activity in the chute. You see it takes more people to get it done, and then we add, of course, bullfighters to the mix, and that, I can go on about those guys all day long. All right, so it looks like we're retying there. Okay.
Standing good for it.
Yeah, standing good. He's ready. Here he comes.
So you tell me.
All right,
I
so
have my pick.
Here's what I'm thinking. Of the 3,
Yep.
second one's the best. I think Whiskey Business was second best, and the first one was third. Am I right?
Well, that's your opinion. So you are completely right as of your opinion. I definitely agree.
You should run for office.
I think 102 was definitely the best of those 3, but then I liked the 139 and then 195.
Okay.
I just felt there's more power in that 139.
You see, folks, that's a perfect example. That one judge can say one thing, and the
Yep.
other one's going to say something, and they get the mean average. Let's go talk to
We're
our
splitting hairs.
Let's talk about our sponsors here for a second.
MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Halpane's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch,
We go right to
Viterra
gold.
Electric, and Shippey Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Tapatio, Rosenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag.
We get to know these people here in Winter and Cologne, South Dakota, 2 small communities right next to each other. We talked about some of the sponsors. El Tapatio, it's become a kind of a quest for me and Bob. Every time we come out here, we have to go eat at El Tapatio. Good Mexican food out here. So now we are going on to, this is Pongo. 5J Pongo from Hedberg Livestock and Bull. Pongo is the name of this bull. This is a beautiful bull. Let's see the activity here.
I just went and checked with one of the judges to see if they agreed with me or with you.
What happened?
They agreed with me. But it was very, very close.
Yeah. All right.
And that was one of the judges. We've got 3. It'll be interesting to see how it shapes up just on those 3 bulls.
Okay.
Pongo, what a great name for a bucking bull. Isn't that perfect?
Isn't it? Yeah. Oh yeah, Pongo bucked here last year.
Okay, let's have fun.
Pongo was here last year as a yearling. I don't remember how he performed throughout the year, but I just remember the name and the contractor.
Yeah, so you look at his size. I'm getting ready to pull on him.
Yep.
But that's a good bull. You see that heads up to the upper. He's looking up at the contractor saying, "Hey, let me out. I'm ready to go." He'll start looking out. We'll pull that gate. Here he comes. So we're looking at that instant replay on the way he came out of the gate. Remember, you're looking for the explosiveness, athleticism, and all the different things. And this bull came out, did a lot of spinning. It turned back. I don't know. It took it a little while to turn back. It didn't do much of a turn back, but a lot of spin there. Coming up next, we've got Mr. McCormick. This is 101, Mr. McCormick from Jeff Kephart. You know this bull? Yeah, so Jeff Kephart's brought this bull in today. It's 101, Mr. McCormick. What do you know about this, Danielle?
So I do remember him from last year. He's won some money. The highest he's placed is second. And that was in August of last year.
Right.
So he's improving as I see these scores. He's been improving. I do remember Mr. McCormick. Jeff Kephart from Kansas brings him. Randy is on the flank.
Yep, Randy's flanking him. You know what's interesting about that? People say, oh, second. Yeah, that's not a big deal. But when you have 39, 40 bulls you're competing with, that's impressive.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I've been super ecstatic about getting fourth once. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there was 200 bulls. So
Well, I got real happy last year when we had, he won first in December 20 in the December 22nd event. That's right. I forgot about that. You know, it's the thing about bulls. It's just like mamas and dads with your kids at sporting events. You think they're the best kid on the field, and maybe they're average, maybe they're good. Here we go. Yeah, nice kicking.
yes, definitely see why he plays where he did in December.
Yeah, yeah.
Very nice. Let's watch that again. See him getting off the ground, kicking, doing it intentionally.
Yeah.
And he knew that minute that
Yeah,
dummy came off.
He said, okay, I've done my best. I'm going to stop right now. It's good.
97J is ran on this.
So coming up, we've got the next bull is 97J. This is Nobody from Jeff Kephart. And I'm laughing about this because once he gets ridden and throws somebody off, he said, well, what bull did you ride? I got thrown off by Nobody. So,
Perfect. Nobody.
yeah, I think I want to get a bull one day and name it Granny.
Granny would be great.
Yeah, I got thrown by Granny.
You could do a whole hillbilly,
I know.
Beverly Hillbilly
I'm
thing.
fixated on it.
I see that.
Bug tussle.
Ellie
All right.
Mae, that could be your heifer name.
Yep. So Nobody is in the backyard bucking bull chute, getting him ready to come out. Putting that dummy on the back. What's great, what I love watching when they put how gently they put that dummy on the back, just so the bull remains calm enough so they can get that done.
The least amount of interference we can give them, the better.
But I just love it. They're standing there, and as soon as they hear that gate latch going, those bulls are just jumping too.
Yes, they know. And we've had some training at home where you run like a silent gate because they'll hear that latch and they'll start bucking before the gate's thrown.
Right.
So sometimes they're just a little too eager.
So here we go. Looks like we're almost there.
So we've got some fancy flanking going on here to keep him calm, I think. You'll see that the guy hanging the dummy has a flank there just holding it while Phil's flanking in the back. So that's something new here.
Well, every contractor has their own style of getting the bull ready to go out.
Definitely. And that's probably used just to keep him calm.
Yeah. So here we go in the backyard bucking bull gate. You see that rope going taut on the gate means we're almost ready to go. If that bull's ready to go, we just got to get him to calm down.
And now we know why that other flank.
Right.
He's going to pull him back there.
Yep. Here we go. So let's take a look at the instant replay on that bull. So the turn back came a little later.
Yep, came a little later. About 2 seconds into it. I did like that last 2 seconds, though.
Yeah. We got to see something there. Next up, we got 128 rather. This is Chop Shop from John Robinson. Chop Shop from John Robinson.
So I just got a text from the owner of the last bull who said that rope was not for calming, it was for turning. So I must have seen that before where that bull comes out, and he was hoping that he could get that some incentive to get him right there in the gate.
That's awesome. That's really good. Thank you for doing that. Who is that sent that to us?
His owner, Jesse Pullman, BJ Cattle, owns
Yep.
that bull, just sent me that text. Now, this bull I know for sure. He is a Chop Shop son, and he won the last event.
Okay. Well, coming up after this bull, we're going to take a quick break and talk about our sponsors.
Chop Shop is sired by Chop Chop. I need to fix that.
Austin. And Dick Callahan and the Southwest are on standby. Get the bulls out of the arena.
So as they get that dummy on the back good, that bull's looking out. That bull's ready to play.
He is. So he came from Gene Baker. Gene Baker has a sale every June and is producing some winners. He's not afraid to sell you his winners. It's a sale. If you're looking to buy yourself a bull, look at his sale, Gene Baker. This is a Chop Chop son. This is Chop Chop and Billy Frank quite a bit.
Here we go with Chop Shop. Ropes taut. They're going to pull the gate. Backyard Bucking Bulls gate. Look at that.
Okay, watch this replay because I don't think he was looking when he called for the gate. It's hard to see, but took him just a hair to come around, but then did solid, not a whole bunch of intensity like as a rider.
Yeah.
And when I say things about as a rider, I don't know, but I would think a rider's going to love that bull.
Well, we're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Jerky Pro, USDA.
I really like that instant replay. I love
It is good.
high protein, organic,
I feel a little
and 100% made in America. Jerky Pro, the
Stand
go-to
by.
snack of pro gamers and athletes. 8 delicious varieties to choose from. Make sure you use the
And
discount
get
code
ready to switch, push the button
MBBA
now.
on checkout for additional savings. The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA is a 100% made in the USA company with nearly a 100-year textile lineage. Comfort matters when it comes to socks, and Paul Bryan USA manufactures a full line of socks suited for any occasion, including their breast cancer awareness pink ribbon socks. Ladies, these super comfy socks not only feel great on your feet, they give back. For every pair sold, Paul Bryan USA donates $1 to breast cancer research. There's a perfect style for any lady, from classic white and pink to powder blue with pink hearts and the wildly popular pink giraffe print. Enjoy comfort, style, and know every pair of these socks sold will help breast cancer research. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use the discount code BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet?
And also, I want to mention that we got some really great looking merch. If you love following the Bulls and you want to get this year's logo for the Bucking Bull Series from WDTM Sports, just go to WDTMSports.com or scan the QR code on your screen and go to our merch shop where you can see, all kinds of really cool stuff. Whether you just want a bandana or you want a pennant to put on your wall or you want a bottle of water, they have some great looking stainless steel bottles of water with logo, sweatshirts, all kinds of good stuff. So check that merch out and proudly wear your Bucking Bull Series logo. So coming up next, I want to talk a little bit more about some of the people who bring you this live broadcast. The company, we work for a company called Who Did That Media. They are a creative agency that produces radio and television commercials for radio and television stations and advertisers all over the United States of America. And then they are the parent company to WDTM Sports. And WDTM Sports is bringing you the play-by-play and the broadcast from today. So we're all here and very proud of what we're doing. And we're new at this, and we're getting better every time. And we really appreciate those of you in the audience who are texting us and giving us advice, do this, do that, giving us some feedback. And, of course, we're very blessed and very excited to have my partner Bob McCatherine here with me, and also Tennille, who is just a font of information, and we appreciate that so much, Tennille.
Well, if there's one thing I love to do, it's talk about Bucking Bulls. So
Yeah, so I also want to mention, if you want to follow us online, you can go to YouTube and follow us at WDTM Sports. Just subscribe. That way you can make sure in the future you're going to catch all these events. So they're surfacing the arena. I about said marina. There's no boats here. They're surfacing the arena right now. As we mentioned earlier, it kind of makes a fair level playing ground for all the animals. And plus also, if you have any big damage to the dirt, you don't want an animal to trip and injure themselves. It does happen occasionally, but when they do things like this, Randy and his team really make a great effort to make sure everything is just right for everybody who's involved in it. So what we're doing right now is it looks like we're going to be going to the Burnt Peanut next, and Burnt Peanut is S12. It's Shippy, Corby, Kempson, and now that they've got that arena all ready to go, and these guys are like a well-oiled machine. You notice, there's like 3 guys back there. They get the rake off, they get the thing put away, they get the gate closed, and then they're right back down getting the bulls ready to go out.
I think it's fair to say it's not their first rodeo.
For sure. Let's talk about our sponsor, Randy Shippy, who is our host today and head of the MBBA, and tell you a little bit more about Shippy Bulls.
If you send a bunch of footage, we can make you a commercial.
Send Bob footage.
Shipping arena, make sure that goes to an organization in the area.
Or if you got short videos already, just compile them and put them together. And if you want a little script.
Yeah, I see that helps, the little script.
Yeah.
Oh, the dust. Put it right here.
Give me a countdown, please.
10 seconds.
Okay, give me from 5.
And we are live streaming Facebook and the Midwest Basketball Association.
And of course, this spread out here where Randy Shippy runs his business and raises his family is absolutely beautiful. I've been lucky enough to be here for sunrises and sunsets, and they're equally as beautiful. Where I live, it's all pine trees. So, we see the sunlight a little shorter than everybody else because, you have 120-foot tall pines all around you. And that sun sets pretty quick. But it's, like I said, I'm really falling in love with the Midwest because driving up here, I spent a lot of my time just looking out the window and looking at the plains and looking at the topography as it changed and just seeing how much is going on out here agriculturally, also with cattle and things like that. So those of you who've never been to the Midwest and never been to really the part of America that is so vital to feeding everybody and things like this, you need to do it because, I know a lot of people who make an effort to see every state in the country. And I know a lot of people who've never left the South or never left the North or never left the West Coast or East Coast. And doing that is you're only cheating yourself. This is a really beautiful place in the country. And I remember the first time I met Randy, I said, I love it here. And he goes, you should come back in June. And I said, why do you say that? And he said, well, it's as green as it's going to be all year. It's beautiful and the weather's good. And, I think I should probably join the tourism board out here and be their spokesman because I just love it here. Yep. Here we go. That is S12 Burnt Peanut. Randy Shippy and Corby Kempson.
Yep.
Let's take a look at him.
So he came out, jumped out, sort of faded over to the right a little bit.
Yep. So we were talking about a little earlier, we were talking about the size and the girth of these bulls as they start to age. This next bull coming out, look at this thing.
Yeah, this is S13 Abracadabra. He's a Pearl Harbor grandson. So Randy got lucky to breed to Pearl's Ghost, which was on the PBR last year. I saw him a couple of times on television.
And you can definitely see the family resemblance. When you look at a picture of Pearl Harbor, you see that that big neck and that big front,
Right, the big front end.
Yep.
And so, and I know we just watched that video of Randy Shippy's, rodeobulls.com.
Yep.
But the next 9 bulls, I guess now, are all Shippy bulls, and you'll see the various bulls that he's bred with over the last couple of years, whether it's like Pearl's Ghost, Heir to the Throne, Polar Vortex, Cowboy Classic.
Right.
You'll see a number of bulls, and and you'll see that he probably has a pretty consistent program, regardless of the bull that he's breeds with.
Right.
Does a lot of culling hard.
And you have a few bulls up here too that are in the breeding program. Your Show Pony and Alakazam and Who's Who. And
yeah, then there's another one. Oh, here we go.
SQN, here we go. There you go. Let's take a look at that one. So he kind of exploded out of the chute, cut to the left there. Spin around. I don't know if he turned back quick enough. What do you think?
So I don't think he turned back quick enough to be our leader, but I think he's a good bull and has got a decent score.
Yeah, got a lot going on. See that massive front end on that bull. Now this is another good-sized bull coming out next. This is Pearl Cloud. S125, Shippey and Bowman.
Don't need DNA to tell who he's related to.
That's right.
His name, his look, got some Pearl Harbor blood here. And a lot of these Shippey bulls, you'll see the hair. Mine look half this size. They're coming up later, but it's this breeding. So a lot of Pearl Harbor, that's a big bull breeding. That's where they're getting this size from.
It's kind of the old jelly bean jar. How many jelly beans in the jar? You want to look at these go, how much you think that bull weighs?
Right. Oh, there's a talent to it.
That bull's up there.
It's definitely a big 2-year-old.
Yeah, and just think what they're going to be like, when they're 5.
Right.
Massive.
And the bigger they are, the more power they get. But the slower they are.
Hipped himself coming out there a little bit.
So we talked earlier about rewrites with a rider. That probably would have been a rewrite. Had we been with a rider, probably would have caused the riders some problems. Today it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's just how they're going to score him.
And I think I was just going to say it's just like a scrimmage. You see one of these bulls come out, you can kind of look at what you're seeing and what you're not seeing. And when they take these bulls back home, they can work on a few things. That bull obviously was exploding out, hit the gate and hit the wall coming out, and so that control's not there yet. But that's all a matter of more outs. It's just like in baseball. The more times you're at bat, the better your hitting are.
Exactly.
So we're in the backyard bucking bull chute again. This is Stormy S130 from Shippey and Taylor. Another Randy Shippey protege here. This is a nice size bull as well. And as I mentioned before, they had a tough winter out here, and a lot of these bulls, spent the winter eating hay, trying to stay warm, and you just have so much admiration for these animals that can just weather this stuff. I don't think I could stand out all winter in 8 feet of snow.
I could not.
No.
I also don't have a big, thick cowhide on me, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. His daddy's secret weapon, and he's been very good for Randy. He's a 2-times PBR Finals bull, 2016 MBBA End of the Year Futurity champion, and 2017 he was their Classic End of the Year champion. Been really good. It looks like his calves are doing good for Randy and the Shippey family as well.
Yeah. It's interesting, it's been a year since I've seen this bull. And, so when I see this bull in person, I'm like, oh, my goodness.
He grew up.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's very noticeable.
Yeah. I'll say that to our bulls. When did you become a man?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's a man.
Well, you see him in the first year, and they're kind of looking out the lower rail, and now he's up towards the top rail.
And with confidence, he knows.
Absolutely. He's looking out. He's ready to go. That rope's getting ready to go taut, and they're going to pull that gate on the backyard bucking bull chute. This is S130 Stormy. It's funny, the other night we were talking about naming calves. That calf that was born during the storm the other night, we said, well, we should name it Stormy. They said, no, we already have a Stormy.
Well,
call it Weatherfront or something.
Weatherfront. That's a great name.
That is copyrighted and patented by me, Chris O'Brien. Here we go.
Oh.
Little stumble.
So they judge them. They score them here when they fall. I wouldn't want to be a judge how do you score a bull that was on the ground for 3 seconds of the 4?
Right.
I guess it'd be pretty low. It'd be single digits.
But it's a tribute to their athleticism and in competitiveness because, he got up and he started bucking right again.
Yeah.
So that tells you that bull's in the game to win.
Yes.
It's
almost like humans do. You fall down and you jump right back up. I'm good. So they just want to let us know they're still competing. Next up, we have got S133 2 Socks. This is from Shippey Rodeo Bulls. And the man himself up there flanking him, Randy Shippey. Randy is about ready to celebrate a birthday here in a few weeks.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, happy birthday, Randy Shippey.
Yep.
Should we guess the age?
I know how old he was, and when he told me how old he was, I wanted to slap him and say, I'd like to have those 17 years back myself.
I'm pretty sure Randy and I are pretty close to the same age.
He's a young man. Let me put it that way. I don't want to give his age away, but he's a young man.
Good. They've been doing this for quite a while, Randy and Jenny Shippey.
Great couple, great family. That's what I love out here. Family is everything to these folks, and,
Yes.
and they work side by side all day long. Sitting around the dinner table with him the other night felt pretty good.
Yeah, it's very wholesome.
Yep.
That was one thing. We went to dinner yesterday, and the whole community, I think, knew each other, and they
Yep.
were all talking at different tables.
Which is nice.
It is.
So we're getting that dummy strapped down. Again, this is 2 Socks. S133 2 Socks from Shippey Rodeo Bulls.
Sired by Heir to the Throne, who was their 2013 MBBA End of the Year Futurity champion. So his son wants to do that as well.
So we're a little over halfway through our bucking bulls in the Futurity category. And what's going to happen after this round? We're going to take a break for, it's probably going to be a couple hours, correct? And then we'll come back for the Derby. Here we go.
So watch that replay. Took him a while. Comes around. It might have even been,
Yeah.
I think that might have been a long whistle. Might have even been at the 4 seconds he came around. I don't have a stopwatch. Couldn't tell you for sure.
So one of the things I want to mention, we are going to take a break. We've got several more bulls in the Futurity, but after that is over, we're going to take a break, and the goal is to come back at 4 p.m. Central Time. That is 5 p.m. Eastern Time for you folks out there who are watching on the East Coast. And so go have lunch, relax, do whatever you're going to do. We're going to certainly take a break, and then we'll come back. And in the meantime, the arena will be all straightened up. They'll have all the Futurity and Yearling bulls and heifers put away, and they'll start bringing in the big boys, the Derby guys.
Yeah, it gets exciting. In the Derby tonight, these 3-year-olds have not had many rider trips. I know the ones I'm bringing, this will be their second trip with the rider.
Wow.
So just like we saw this morning with the Yearlings, it's going to be a little sporadic. It gets intense. Definitely love the rider game.
Well, you'll find out that I am a fanboy for the bullfighters.
Ah, good.
I admire them so much, and we'll talk a little bit more about the ballet of the bullfighter a little later on. All right, so this is waiting on 2 Socks to come out here. S133, 2 Socks, Shippey Rodeo Bulls, our host. The Backyard Bucking Bull Shoot. Here we go. Amazing.
And pull over into the arena just like that. We go next to S.
What did you see there?
I like the bull, good solid bull. I've liked some that we've seen earlier a little bit better. They're getting off the ground a little more. I like him.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about working with bulls with silent gate latches and stuff like that. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. That sounds fascinating to me.
So you have some bulls that they will anticipate the gate. So they're smart. They hear that latch, and they start bucking before you even pull that gate.
Right.
So what they'll do is they'll do a silent latch, and you'll see a different man on the latch. He's called a latch man. He'll take a rope, and he'll twist it, and they'll pop that latch. So it's open.
Yeah.
The only thing keeping that bull from knocking the gate is that man holding that rope.
Right.
So that's a silent latch, and some of them need it just because they're so excited to go out and buck.
And so, at that point, they're trying to train the bull to look for the open air, not for the latch.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Gotcha.
So it's not. We all run on our senses. So instead of listening for that sound, let's use our eyes.
That's awesome. So, next up, this is Polar Prince, correct?
I believe we.
This is what? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. This is S135. Yes, sir. This is Shippey and Backyard Bucking Bulls. Yes, sir is 22 in the bucking order.
Yeah, that got a little confusing. I thought we just watched Polar Prince, but I heard Bob say, yes, sir. That is.
Well,
interesting name. Yes, sir.
That's what happens. Things get switched around, right? Okay, here comes Yes, sir. Ropes taut. Here he goes. So look at that replay there.
There you go. That is Yes, sir.
So kind of keeping his legs underneath him there a little bit. Nice spin. Not going to get scored as high as, say, Polar Prince.
Okay. So next up we got S115 or S15. This is Bad Blood from Shippey and Backyard Bucking Bulls, 23 in our bucking order. We're going down to the Evolution Spray Foam Shoot, right-handed bull. Right next to the Kuchera Electric Winter South Dakota banner, one of our sponsors here, one of our platinum sponsors that keeps the lights on out here and keeps things going here in Shippey Arena. And you just heard her mentioned in the background, Grossenberg's, another company that's a sponsor out here. And you can, if you look in the video, you see a lot of these banners on the fences, and these are some great folks who believe in rodeo, believe in bull riding, and they're really helping Randy out here. We're really super that they're doing this. And so right now, Bob is giving us notes on a bull. So what does that say, Tanil?
So I kind of stole the mic from Bob here. So he's filling me with information. So this is the only calf out of his sire, who is Buckskin Johnny. They sold him before they knew what a great sire he was. They got one before they sent him. Oh, it does happen. So interesting. Let's see this. So he's going to have to. We spoke of another bull before, heir to the throne. He would be the only heir.
Wow. Rope's going taut. Let's see what happens here.
Now, I hope they sold him to Bucker, not as hamburger. We don't know. Hopefully he's out there somewhere. Bad Blood.
Got to get that head up and get him looking out. Here we go. Here we go.
See the size difference?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Different breeding. This is typical of what you would see the 2-year-old size.
And I don't think that was the best out in when that gate came up. I don't think he was ready.
Yeah. He wasn't ready. Definitely probably wasn't his best out.
Right. Yeah. So next up we've got Lil Red. Little Red is S19 Little Red from Shippey and Tricker. This is bucking order 24 today. Can also be coming out of this right-hand Evolution spray foam shoot here. And so while we're doing that, Tanil, so you said how many animals did you bring out this time?
I brought out 5.
Okay, and in what category?
So I've got 3 Futurity calves that are coming up here pretty soon, and then 2 in the Derby tonight.
So when your calves come out, do you want me to just turn it over to you and let you be proud mama?
I don't know, because I get pretty loud.
Get nervous. I'd be the same way.
I cheer them on pretty well.
It's funny when the bulls that my company sponsors and stuff, when they come out, I can't talk. I just got to see what's going on. So we'll cover you. Don't worry.
So I'll probably pass it over to Bob.
Yeah.
So, we got 3 out. One of them testified. This is his first event ever.
Yeah.
So excited to see that. And the other 2 have had a pretty good yearling career, so we'll see.
Well, you learn from every out. So you know what's going to, you know what you need to improve on.
Yep.
So over at this right-hand gate, Evolution Spray Foam Gate. This is Lil Red, S19.
It's hard to see, but is he red?
No.
We'll see when he
to
opens
me, he
the
looks
gate.
like, he might be a dark red, but he looks to me like he's more black. So Randy's getting him ready there, and we're going to, rope's going taut, and they're going to pull that gate. Here we go, gate's open, he's coming out.
Oh, he's a brindle. Pretty red brindle.
Pretty. Little stutter step back there, step back on his haunches there a little bit.
Yeah, right there.
Right there, yep.
Cost him a bunch right there.
Yep, yep.
Then he was a nice fast spinner.
There we go. So next up we got 25 in the bucking order. Also the right-hand shoot. We'll be bringing him in shortly. This is S1 Lightning Bolt. This is from Shippy and Brand X.
Sired by Heir to the Throne. A Cloud King son.
Cloud King, a pretty prolific bull. So after this bull, we got about 10 more bulls to buck.
And this is the last one for the Shippies today in the Futurity. We'll see him again tonight.
Here we go. That bull's looking down. He's looking ready. Well, that why he's looking ready is they're not doing anything yet, you know.
Yeah, he's fine because he's just standing there hanging out.
Just hanging out,
nothing
waiting.
was happening yet.
He's like, hurry up, people. Hurry up, people.
I'm ready.
I should mention, if you're interested in learning more about sponsoring bulls, partnering on bulls and stuff, you can go to MBBABulls.net. You can also reach out to Randy Shippy because, you know, it's really a fun hobby. If you're not a full-time rancher but you want to do something fun, it's really entertaining. I spend a lot more time than I should reading about bulls and watching bull riding and stuff, but that's not a bad thing.
No, and Randy's great with the partners. You'll see here on our day sheets, he has a lot of partners on these bulls. Really understands that.
Yeah, and you can also partner with, you know, any of the contractors out here. So, you know, if you're looking, if you see a bull that you really like and you like what they're doing, you can reach out to that contractor as well. That's why we mention their names when we're put their names up. So this rope's about getting going taut here on the gate. Looks like Randy's getting the strap on there.
Lightning bolt, and so I want to see his face. I want to see if there's a lightning bolt there.
Good spinner.
Yep.
Stayed right there at the chute. And what do you think? You know, there's kind of a recipe. You're looking for these bulls coming out. So what do you think that bull, if that bull had done one more thing, what would you make that bull do?
Buck. So he wasn't getting his front feet off the ground.
Right.
If I could give him one more thing, it would be to get those front feet off the ground.
Yeah. Get up in the air.
Yep. But I like the other categories on him.
Yep. That's the last of the Shippy bulls today for this category, and we're going to be going to bucking order number 26, and this is number 11. Contractor is James Ritz. And it'll be coming out of the left-hand gate, I believe. Well, they got a bull down here in this gate waiting for the next, but they're going down to the left-hand side.
Yep, I believe we're going over, well, I know here's our day sheet, so yep, we're going to start off on the left and we're going to go to the right. So Bob did this for us. These next three calves are all embryo calves. So sired by Pearl Harbor, they're all embryo flesh mates. So the next three, full brothers.
Wow, okay.
We can do like we did before. Let's compare these three. Interesting here, one on the left, two on the right.
And you'll notice something else in the yearling we had mostly left, and the rest of the bulls today are all right after this guy.
So most contractors will start their bulls on the left.
Okay.
And then they'll let the bull tell them if they're right or not. So you'll see as the yearlings progress, they're going to be moving them.
And we saw that with that bull that turned into the back of the chute earlier today. So I'm sure that when that bull goes home tomorrow, they're going to say, well, we're going to work on the right-hand chute and see if that's a better
And that's exactly what they'll do. They'll take him home, put up some panels to make this arena shorter, and just run him through that gate. Leave the gate open, let him run through, get comfortable on that side.
You know, I always joke when I say, training bulls, you don't really train bulls, you suggest to bulls. Yeah. Because they're in charge.
So the best lesson I can give anybody working cattle, make it their idea.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Because they're going to make it their idea.
Yep. Make them think it was their idea.
I'd rather refer to as give them the tools to make good decisions.
Yes.
And stay out of the way.
It's a very parent thing, yes. Stay out of the way is a very, very important thing.
So in the backyard bucking bull shoot, this is number 11 from James Ritz, the first of 3 brothers to compete. Full brothers right in a row.
Full brothers.
And Tennille and I are going to challenge each other who thinks the best. She'll win, but
well, I don't know.
I'm going to try. I'm learning.
It's your opinion.
Yeah, well, that's
We'll
right.
see if it'll be an easy 3 to pick.
I don't see a judgeship in my future, but
yeah,
there we
that's
go.
the hardest job here are these 3 judges. Shout out to, Ty Meyer, Jill Dibbett, and Riley Shippey.
Yeah.
It's a hard job.
There we go.
Nice calf. He
Yeah,
jumped out of it right there at the end.
Yeah, he almost came to visit us.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at that replay.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. I think he jumped out of it after the whistle, after a 4-second whistle.
Okay, so I'm marking him now. I've made my decision on him. We'll see what he does with the other. So we're going to go back to the right-hand shoot for Evolution Spray Foam shoot. And this is the second of 3 full brothers from James Ritz. This is number 12. Pardon me, number 13. They're switching the order there. So number 13 is going to come up. So we'll probably go back to number 12. So like I said before, folks, the order changes when the bull decides he doesn't want to do it. Then they do switch the order and they come back later. So this is number 13.
James Ritz. Evolution Spray Foam shoot.
Okay.
You know, it's funny for me when we're doing this play-by-play of these. It's hard to keep talking because you just get so enthralled with what's going on. You want to stop and you want to watch and you want to see what's happening. And to a certain extent, I'm sure people watching want us to stop talking. But
Well, I'll tell you, if you pull up my report cards as a child, every single one says talk too much.
me too, sister.
And it's working out for me. How about you?
That's right. I was destined to be a broadcaster.
That's awesome.
I don't think I ever had a report from any teacher I ever had said, well, he is definitely a social butterfly or he talks way too much. He needs to focus on his work more than talking.
Yes, talks too much. My desk was in the hall more than it was in the classroom.
Me too. Me too.
Shout out to those teachers at Crowley County Elementary.
Yeah, so I grew up early on. I had nuns.
Oh.
And I often say that the challenges we're having in public schools these days, they need to bring the nuns out of retirement and let them go on the straight. Here we go.
Definitely.
Okay, a little better bucking there
I agree.
than his brother.
Yeah.
13.
I agree. So right there, he hit that back 90, but again, I don't think it was in year 4.
Yeah, got up off his feet.
Yeah, I agree. I'd put that bull above the last one, and that was 13.
That's 13, and we'll hopefully they're going to put in 2 now. Yeah, they're going to put in 12 rather. It's going to be 12. Okay, so now this is the third of the 3 brothers, and they're going to go back and afterwards and make fun of each other and said I was better than you. And
Yep, they're going to be brothers. They're going to tease each other.
and we'll see if Tennille and I agree of which one of these is the best.
Yeah, let's see. So Pearl Harbor has had a pretty expansive career as a sire. I keep seeing him in the breeding.
When you see these bulls that have so many offspring, you just want to play Barry White music in the background. little Cavassier and a little music going. All right, here we go. Randy's getting the dummy on board. Take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors real quick. Paul Bryan USA, they make amazing socks that are so comfortable. And not only do they make great socks, but they give back to the community through their with their women's socks, for every pair of women's socks you buy, they donate $1 to breast cancer research, which unfortunately is something that's so needed today. But we urge you to check out paulbryanusa.com and also our friends at Jerky Pro. Here we go. Okay.
I have my winner. Do you have your winner?
Yes, I have my winner. Okay, here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I have number 12, number 1, number 11, number 2, or no, I'm sorry, number 13, number 2, and then I have 11, number 3.
That got confusing. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your first place bull you have.
Okay, my first place bull was 12.
Okay, yes.
And my second place bull was 13.
Yep.
And then my third place obviously was 11.
Yep, exactly. And that's how I have them.
I agreed with Tennille. That's awesome.
Yeah, all 3 really good bulls. I
Oh, yeah.
like them. Solid bulls, big, strong, powerful. But
Right.
yeah, we had a winner.
And these are just Futurity bulls.
Yes. Oh, can you imagine them
Next year, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we were talking earlier about partnering on bulls, I'm wondering if Mr. Ritz is going to get some phone calls. Hey, I want to partner.
Yeah, maybe. He's got the embryo game down.
Yeah. So coming up next, we have also in the spray foam gate, and all the rest of the bulls today in this category are going to be coming out of that spray foam, the Evolution spray foam gate. This is 115 from Tom Burkhart and Gratney Livestock.
You know, I was talking earlier about the famous rodeo dog that he put his bulldog behind, Doug. His name was actually W. Fresh. That's his legal name, because W. Fresh was a DJ, and that's how I named him.
So we mentioned that the putting on one of these operations to kind of describe the way this works, and this is what I'm very curious about, and I'll break as soon as this rope gets pulled. But you know, the contractors start arriving, and it's a well-orchestrated machine. The contractors arrive, back their trailers up, get them into the pens, or run them down the alleys to the pens. Here we go. Some bucking, but not a lot of turn back there.
Yeah. And he had those legs underneath them.
Well, again, it's subjective as to what we see and what the judges will see. So next up, we've got 125, also from Tom Burkhart and Gratney Livestock. We got to get 115 to make his exit. He's going to make his way over to the WDDM Sports Outgate. Right now, he's going to go pay homage to the Midwest Bucking Bull banner. We're going to talk about our sponsors today, MBBA.
MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Halpane's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch, Coachella Electric, and Shipping Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Gans Last Shot, El Tapatio, Rosenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag.
You know, we mentioned earlier we've got some cool merchandise. We've got a brand new designed logo for this year for the Bucking Bull Series from WDTM Sports. Of course, I'm a proud papa because my daughter Emma designed them all. They look gorgeous. So you can go to WDTMsports.com and proudly wear your Bucking Bull Series merchandise on your back, or put it on your water bottle or hat or bag or pin it or bandana, whatever you want. It's all there. So here we are. We are now at is this 125, correct? So at 125, we're getting close to the end of this category, the Futurity. This is also Tom Burkhart, Gratney Livestock, coming out of the Evolution Spray Foam Gate. So after this, we've got 6 more bulls. And then we'll take that long, we were mentioning earlier, we're going to take that long break, and we encourage everybody to come back. It'll be 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
3 p.m. Mountain.
3 p.m. Mountain. Thank you very much. You know, back in the day when they didn't have cable TV and it was broadcast, I remember everything was always like, tonight on Carson at 10 p.m. Mountain Time, 11 p.m. Eastern Time.
6, 7 Central.
That's right, 6, 7 Central. That's right. That rope's going taut. Here we go.
Just couldn't find a spot. You could see him wiggling, and he had some, direction, but just could not find his spot to spin. Couldn't find a lead.
Yeah.
Take him home, buck him a few times, he'll find that spot. We'll see a whole different bull.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was just going to say that. So next up, we've got 141, number 31 in the bucking order. This is Mexican Show from G&H Cattle and BJ Cattle.
So I got to see this bull quite a lot last year. He went to our events there at Buckers Unlimited in Colorado. He was our yearling year-end champion. He also came up here. He split 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th at the April 22nd event. That's the last event. And he split 1st and 2nd May 2022. Good calf.
You just mentioned Buckers Unlimited, and I want to say that all these associations, what I love about this, it's not a competitive thing. You guys support each other so much. You come to the MBBA events, they come to your events, and vice versa. And I know you have friends down in Oklahoma as well.
Correct.
What's that association?
So there's a few down there, but there's the Evolution in Oklahoma. There's a Claimer event in Oklahoma, Texas. And then all the ABBI events. But yes.
And you talk about, people say, well, do all your bulls go to the PBR? Well, some do and some don't. Here we go on this one, getting ready to come out. Mexican Show, G&H Cattle and BJ Cattle. Some bulls do make it to the PBR, some don't. But right here at Randy's place, we've got some bulls that, at least in the lineage that have competed in the PBR.
Definitely, and you'll see a lot of them get to the big show, and there's more than just the PBR.
Yeah, of course. I'll let a double kick in the back there.
Just again, didn't find his spot. He's grown great, looks really good. He's grown up. Excited to see Mexican Show.
Well, you just mentioned that they're on other circuits besides the PBR. I want to mention Randy's oldest son, Riggin, is on the PRCA right now, riding bulls, and has done really well this season.
Yeah.
And when you talk about JB Mooney who was PBR famous and also on the PRCA circuit. So it's nice to see somebody like Riggin and one of Randy's kids just come out and just look great.
They have been doing great, and I saw just last night. I don't know how he did. I didn't get to see it, but he was at Del Rio.
Yep.
Last night, so very excited. I can hear my heart. It's fluttering a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear that. That's because my bulls are up.
These bulls from Colorado. I don't know who these are. So these are Tennille's bulls coming up. So we got 3 in a row, and we got the first one coming out is Tough Love, number 170. What can you tell me about Tough Love?
So Tough Love kind of came on a little bit slower as a yearling. Honestly, I wasn't a real huge believer in him. Phil loved him. Feels like he's got it. And he did. He came on strong at the end of the last season. Brought him up here for the last event. We didn't get a check. He was right there close, so we brought him back. He's put on some good practice events at home. I'm excited to see him.
Yeah, here we go. I'm anticipating this. Y'all should see Tennille's face right now. She's got her camera out and videotaping, and here we go.
And I won't cheer.
Okay. Rope's going taut. Getting ready to pull that gate. Who's that handsome fellow flanking that bull?
That is the captain. Woo!
Okay. Let's talk about it.
So I will say right up, it's very hard to judge your own bulls.
Yeah.
He started very strong. I said I wouldn't scream. I did. I had to bite my tongue. I really liked him. Came out, stayed there in the spinning. I like him.
His speed.
Yeah, he
Lots
was intense.
of speed. Moving quick.
So I won't write down a score, but I think he's right up there in there. I don't think he's winning it, but I think that he could be winning some money.
Just for you, he's a 100 in my book.
Yes.
Okay, so next we have, is it Felipe or Philippe?
Felipe,
okay.
So Felipe, and I joke that Felipe is Spanish for Phil. So Phil is my husband.
Right, cool.
So he is a great grandson of my very first bull.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Nice. So. Now, are you seeing similarities, obviously, or?
Yeah. So size, they're both real big bulls. You'll see just the difference between these two bulls. They have the same dad.
Yeah.
Felipe's a lot bigger. Felipe, we'll see how he does. I think he has a really strong career as a rider bull.
Well, Tough Love wanted to showboat a little bit, finally leaving out through the WDTM Sports out gate, and so we're getting ready for Felipe to come in. And what's the one thing you want me to look for?
So I want you to look for the buck, him getting off the ground, and then also his extension of his feet.
Okay.
So Felipe has won $10,000 to $12,000 as a yearling.
Oh, wow.
So he's been very good for us.
That buys a lot of feed.
It does. About 2 semi-loads of hay.
Wow. You know, Randy was telling me hay was really expensive this winter. To get it out here just on a truck was so difficult.
I see him smiling and smirking. I don't know what they were talking about there in the arena. But, yeah, Felipe.
See, Felipe's looking out.
So he will nod for the gate man himself.
Really?
Now, the gate man's not going to...
Know it.
Yeah. The gate man's going to look to Phil.
Yeah.
But he's going to... he nods. See, he says,
yeah,
I'm ready.
He's like, I'm ready. Let's go, Daddy. Pull that gate.
Yeah, Phil noticed that. I didn't notice that. When we practice, my job is there pulling the gate at home.
Oh, look at him nodding. That's incredible. Oh, yeah. Felipe's ready to play.
A little too excited. There we go.
There we go. Woo! Whoa! Okay. Let's go to the instant. We got to go to the instant replay on that one. Look at the height.
Yeah.
And you were right. The bucking, beautiful. Good job, Tennille.
Thank you. We'll see how the judges like that. That's a hard one to score. But he got my heart pounding.
When you say it's hard to score, why would you say that was hard to score?
Well, it just depends on what the judges like. Judges like kick and buck, they're going to like him. If they like tight little spinners, they're not going to like him.
I got to tell you, I got him in the top 5.
Yeah, nice. I like him. Thank you.
Even maybe top 3. That's a beautiful bull.
I love him. So this is Testify. He's my embryo calf.
Okay, so Testify is number 214 out of TR Cattle and Barkhold. And what should we look at in this bull?
Well, this is his first event, so we're going to kind of learn that together. But at the house, he's been really whippy. He'll get off the ground, and he'll have a nice little, when he's off the ground, he'll kind of have a C, like so he's whipping in the air.
This out's going to be very telling.
It is. So in Colorado, Buckers Unlimited, we have a women's division, and I've been looking for my calf. And we think it might be Testify.
Okay.
Now, if he wins here, Phil may take him.
Let's see.
We just have an inside joke. But yeah, it's his first event. Now, his daddy is 6A Testifier. He's broke his back as a 2-year-old bucking so hard.
Wow.
And has been a phenomenal sire.
Is there one thing or another that this bull does better than anything else? Is it the bucking? Wait, here we go. Oh.
So that's not going to be a money trip, but I still love him. Like, he came out, he showed he knew what he wanted to do. He's just kind of getting used to different ground.
Almost did a handstand there.
He did.
Yeah.
And that'll cost you, getting so high and not being able to control it yet. Where you saw Felipe did the same thing, but Felipe knows he's been bucked a little bit more.
How to get out of that, and of course, that bull came over and gave Mama some dirt.
Yeah,
threw some dirt on us.
He did.
So next we've got 133 Keystone. This is from 3T Hemans. Is that correct? 3T Hemans. This is number 35 in the bucking order, second to last here in this round. Also coming out of the Evolution Spray Foam chute over here. And once again, I want to mention we'll talk about our sponsors coming up after this, but we're going to take a break for a couple hours and come back for the Derby and Classic. Now, those of you who are less familiar with bull riding will know what it looks like to have a rider on board because you've seen things on TV. So I encourage you to come back and see that because it's really fun.
It's a blast.
It is a blast. I love it. All right, so here we go. Keystone 133. Getting ready. Yeah, we're eating some dust, folks. Just so we apologize for the coughing and gagging because all three of us are sitting. We are literally, 20 inches off the arena. Here we go. Oh, got a little stumble there. So that was number 133, Keystone.
I like those bulls with those coon eyes.
Yeah.
Like a raccoon eye.
Keystone makes his way out the WDTM Sports Gate. Now the last bull of this session is going to be number 151, number 36 in the bucking order. 151, this is owned by 3T Bucking Bulls.
And we'll have your 2-year-old results for you very shortly following the event.
And while we're waiting, so let's just kind of recap. I know we've had 35 bulls so far, and we're on our last bull. We've seen just kind of the whole spectrum of what's possible.
We really have.
Anybody really stood out to you as something that, and you can't talk about your own bulls, just to be fair.
Right.
I'll talk about them.
So I saw a lot of really good, solid bulls that are getting off the ground, big and powerful. There's a handful up there. This is a tough one to judge.
Yeah.
I don't know that we have, in my opinion, one that just stands out above all the others.
Well, that's what makes such a dead even race in the Futurity, because they're still developing.
Yes.
Yeah. And we mentioned earlier, you know it when you see it.
Yes, you do.
When they come out and they've got all the tricks, you know it.
Yep. And every judges have their favorite category.
Right.
I like the buck. I like them getting off the ground.
Yeah.
And very close as that kick. I love to see those back legs snap.
I love looking at the still photographs the photographers take of these things up in the air, and you realize just how high up they're going.
Yeah, so I'll have to show you a picture of our Derby bull tonight that Tiffany bending quicksand.
There we go. Big whip and kick over the back.
Good solid bull again.
Yeah. We see that spin and we see the kick in the back.
Kind of weak in there a little bit, came off of that kick a little bit as he went, but a good solid strong bull.
Awesome. All right, so that is the last bull in the Futurity round. And again, coming up later this afternoon, we've got the Derby and the Classic. But right now, we want to thank some of our very generous sponsors who make all of this possible.
The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDT.
We're going to come back. We'll come back just for closing thoughts. I'll just say that. We're going to come back and just say closing thoughts.
And 100% made in America. Jerky Pro, the go-to snack of pro gamers and athletes. 8 delicious varieties to choose from. Make sure you use the discount code MBBA on checkout for additional savings. Scan the QR code on your screen to order now. The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA, a 100% made in the USA company with a century of American textile lineage. They make high-quality socks made from the finest yarns using higher needle kits than most socks on the market today. What's this mean for you? It means their socks offer amazing comfort, like their Elemax Silver Series. They call it the Super Sock because not only is it one of the most comfortable socks you'll ever wear, they've included military-grade nano silver particles, which make these socks antimicrobial, antifungal, antibacterial, and moisture-wicking. Best of all, these socks don't stink. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use discount code ORS15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet? MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Halpane's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch, Kuchera Electric, and Shippey Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Capetillo, Rosenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag.
So we're wrapping up this morning session, and Tennille, thank you again for being with us. Tennille's going to be back this afternoon, and we're going to see Derby and Classic bulls, and let's just recap this morning. What are your thoughts?
So we saw a lot of great bulls here. Some bulls we saw that had great potential that weren't in the leaderboard, but we're going to see them later down in the line. And we saw some bulls that just had it figured out and were winning it and placing the money. Lots of good good stock. We can tell our contractors have really been putting in the time, getting their breeding right. Really
Right.
proud of them.
Right, that's great. So lots of exciting action this morning. We're looking forward to this afternoon. Again, please join us at 4 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, we're going to go take a lunch break, and y'all have a great afternoon. But we do come back and see us, and make sure you visit our sponsors and thank them for their wonderful sponsorship. And also take advantage of some great savings on their products. You can go to the MBBABulls.net website and check out our sponsors, or you can certainly go to WDTMsports.com and check that out. I'm Chris O'Brien with Tennille Rice and, of course, Bob McCatherine. We've enjoyed being with you this morning, and we will see you this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope they like Felipe too. I didn't want to say too much, but I like that. Like, I don't like just
Felipe's
fast.
in the money.
Yeah, he better be. And the tough love, I think, was in the money too. But there is some.
Felipe was the best one I saw. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
just
of the three.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, of all of them.
Of all of them,
I thought Felipe, to my mind, what I saw, faded.
he did.
Who faded?
Felipe.
But what he did coming out of the chute was explosive, and
Yeah.
the altitude, oh my, and that recovering from that headstand. I mean,
Isn't that impressive?
I thought he was going to go over.
I did too. And like I said, the yearlings, they would, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. So
Well,
thank
you should be proud. That was I don't care what the judges said. That to me was.
Thank you. What do you say, Phil?
What'd you think about Felipe? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he looked good. I thought he looked good though, you know? Yeah, you shouldn't be. No. I think, look, I think he was one of the best I saw today. Just from a power point of view,
For sure.
you know, just explosiveness. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you should be.
Yeah.
You should be.
And not
Great.
falling.
Listen, she needs to do something other than raise cattle. She needs to go into broadcasting. She's excellent. I've been doing this for 40 years, and she's making me look. That's the gift. We found out we had in common that our report cards always said she talks too much.
They said it wouldn't help me, and it does.
I think what happens a lot of times you'll get like the networks will get somebody in and then they'll try to tell them how to do their job. It makes it worse. You know, you got to let people be who they are. The personality is really important. Where's that plastic?
Was that what? No. But I'm not going nowhere.
You just want to take a break and stand up and loosen up?
Well, I want to build an overlay that says, here's the Yearling results.
Oh, okay.
And,
Do you need my help doing that?
well, if you show me where I need to build it at,
So you can build,
because we can pop that up now.
if she can send you the file, and you convert it to a PDF, there is a function to bring up PDF within.
But they don't have a file. It's going to be an Excel spreadsheet. I can
Okay,
just
so here's what you do, is if you can you make a PDF on your computer?
I probably can.
Yeah, so if you just take that, can she send you that file, the spreadsheet?
Probably.
If she sends you that file in a spreadsheet, you can convert it to a PDF, and then you take the PDF into YOLOcast and put it as an overlay. So it'll fill the whole screen. Okay? So the only thing you gotta, yeah, that's all you gotta do. Just get her to send you the file electronically.
Okay. What about this music? It's just going to end? What is this? What's this playing?
And I
You watch and have fun. And we can customize the investment partnership to fit your specific needs. Shippey Rodeo Bulls offers sales of bulls, heifers, and cows, along with investment opportunities for ownership interest in young bulls, heifers, and older bulls, and semen sales. Call us today at 605-842-5089 or visit us online at shippeyrodeobulls.com. Since 1996, Shippey Rodeo Bulls has been breeding and training bucking bulls as well as cows with offspring that will perform not only at competition level, but professionally as well. Our stock contains high-quality genetics geared specifically towards all competitive levels of the MBBA, ABBI, PRCA, and the PBR. Whether you're new to the industry and sport, or if you're an experienced breeder or contractor, Shippey Rodeo Bulls has something for you. Owning a bucking... Scan the QR code on your screen to order now. The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA is a 100% made in the USA company. They manufacture some of the most comfortable socks available, and sock comfort is key if you're on your feet all day. Check out the classic OG socks. These throwback socks may look old school, but they are manufactured with the latest technology and high quality construction. The classic OG socks from Paul Bryan USA are great for everyday wear, from sneakers to boots. The OGs can handle the wear and tear. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use discount code BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet?
work make me sweat inside, make me feel like I'm alive. Take this hurt, lady, throw it in my face. Don't let these bones slow you down. 'Cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy tonight. State the truth, spit it out, I'm waiting. Don't leave me contemplating my own life. Save the bullshit for another man or lover. Don't need a four-leaf clover to decide. 'Cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy tonight. Oh, oh, hey. Oh, oh, hey. Oh, oh, hey. Yeah, 'cause I'm over easy tonight. Who wants a lady without the thrill of chasing, like taking cotton candy from a child? Too many answers, but all we need is questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light. 'Cause I'm coming up strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy. I'm over easy. And I'm over easy tonight. Hey!
I'll be your chase it down, tough it out, sideline when there's no crowd, or the roots in your ground. I'll be your wrecking ball, brick wall, glass of wine or whiskey strong. The good when it's gone, the right when it's all wrong. I'll lay next to you, let our bodies fall easy, let my hands receive. I'll lay next to you, light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I'll watch you burn bright. I'll lay next to you, I'll lay next to you. From sundown to sunrise, that line truth, that sober high, your last bet to buy. An open field, a wild horse, those four wheels if you're wanting more. Or if you just wanna ride, I'll lay next to you, let our bodies fall easy, let my hands receive you. I'll lay next to you, light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I'll watch you burn bright. I'll lay next to you, I'll lay next to you. Give you space, let your dreams take flight. If you fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you, space, let your dreams take flight. If they fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you. Let our bodies fall easy. Let my hand to see. I'll lay next to you. Light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I'll watch you burn bright. I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. Give me space, let your dreams take flight. I'll hold you tight if you fall. I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
She ain't mine, but she look fine. Gonna take some time, gonna make her mine, gonna make her mine. I'm the man, I got the plan. When it hits the fan, do all I can, do all I can. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild, and she looks in my eyes. Hell yeah! I don't care, it's a double dare. I ain't scared, you best beware, you best beware. It's alright, she's in my side. I got all night, so just sit tight, so just sit tight. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild, and she looks in my eyes. She's in the groove now. Gonna make her mine. I've got to move now. Hell yeah!
Feels like I've known you my whole life, but nothing more than friends this whole time. Summertime skipping rocks so innocent. I never thought I'd ever hold your hand, but there's something in the sunset feels different this time. There's a feeling, if you feel it, baby, I don't wanna hide. We don't gotta stay friends forever, we can cross that line together. Find love, baby, never say never. After all this time, I just wanna take a step in a new direction. I wanna tell you what I failed to mention. We can fly a couple of birds of a feather. We don't gotta stay friends forever. Give this whole town something to talk about. We don't gotta pretend, don't gotta dance around it. No, I've been dreaming about a midnight, all night kind of kiss, making up for everything we ever missed. Yeah, there's something about your sweet smile, it's just different this time. So baby, lean in like you mean it. gotta stay friends forever. We don't gotta stay friends forever. No.
Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Then I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy allure you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, watching taught me how to live. Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river. Sing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, watching me clean, keep it oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, watching me clean, give it free, yeah. Down to the river, yeah. Down to the river.
She left you gray out painting colors. She made you stay like all the others. Clean cut, buttoned up, murdered you in cold blood. But I brought you back to life. Tattoos, who knew you were such a bad dude? Yeah, we're gonna be alright. Hey, they call it chaos, me I call it love. It don't have to make sense, let them stare at us. If your love is poison, down the hatch, 'cause we're a match made in LA. She made you feel like you had been need her. Now you're looking hot and so unbothered. Funny how even now she thinks you'll come back around. It's so delusional. Here we are in your car driving down the boulevard, and it's so beautiful. Hey, they call it chaos, me I call it love. It don't have to make sense, let them stare at us. If your love is poison, down the hatch, 'cause we're a match made in LA. 'Cause we're a match made in LA. 'Cause we're a match made in LA. She didn't see you when you were right. watching the sunset on Tennessee hills. I wish I could capture it, I never will. 'Cause I'm not a painter, can't stay in the lines. Just sitting here sipping on dandelion wine. It's starting to rain, but I don't feel a thing. Sitting out rocking on that old porch swing. 'Cause I found me something that tastes like springtime. Just sitting here sipping on dandelion wine. All my life I've known some things you can't control. You can make plans, but they'll change on a dime. So pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. Preachers and dreamers, they both believe in the patterns and powers that we can't quite see. You can spend your life guessing or look for the signs. Sit back and sip on that dandelion wine. All my life I've known some things you can't control. You can make plans, but they'll change most time. So pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. Pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. You can make plans, but they'll change on a dime. So pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. Pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. I'll be your chase it down, tough it out, sideline when there's no crowd, or the roots in your ground. I'll be your wrecking ball, brick wall, glass of wine or whiskey strong. The good when it's gone, the right when it's all wrong. I'll lay next to you, let our bodies fall easy, let my hands receive. I'll lay next to you, light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I'll watch you burn bright. I'll lay next to you, I'll lay next to you. From sundown to sunrise, that line truth, that sober high, your last bet to buy. An open field, a wild horse, those four wheels if you're wanting more. Or if you just wanna ride, I'll lay next to you, let space, let your dreams take flight. If they fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you. Let our bodies fall easy. Let my hands receive you. I'll lay next to you. Light this bed on fire, gasoline to a light. I'll watch you burn bright. I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you. Give me space, let your dreams take flight. If you fly away, I'll hold you tight. If you fall, I'll lay next to you. I'll lay next to you.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts, just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
feels like these old ways are hanging on like wax, dripping off a candle, burning slow. These days and dragging on, they're dragging on. Oh Lord, sometimes these days I don't know. Yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my rear view mirror. I could slide back to those wild days, make my way back to those simple times, but I keep standing by the highways on these lonely roads, begging like a poor man, begging like a poor man. Yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my rear view mirror. These feelings filling up my head space, and worries and doubts running circles around my soul. It's funny living in this time and place, something not living in these days. All I know is yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking at my yesterday is over and tomorrow ain't here. Although I'm 7 years sober, I can't stop looking, Lord, help me stop looking at my rear view mirror. Take me as I am. Will you take me as I am? Take me as I am. 'Cause I'm listening like a child, begging like a poor man. Take me as I am.
feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Stressing, counting all my blessings. God, come get me out of this town. 'Cause every day I wake up wishing I could break up with the city light and construction sound. I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to do. It was all I could do to get away. But now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, all I see is an empty heart and broken dreams. Oh, you got me cussing, yeah, I'm probably running, trying to get away from myself. Do I need a vacation, maybe medication? Do you think I need professional help? I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to prove. It's all I could do to get away. But now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, all I see is an empty heart and broken dreams. Don't give up, you're enough, kid. Keep your head up. If it's tough, you can bluff it. You'll figure it out. Got a bug, give me love, so I mess myself up with the drugs and the lover who isn't enough for me. Is it ever enough for me? I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to prove. Was all I could do to get away. But now that I'm here, I'm filled with fear. In the mirror when I look at my face, I couldn't wait to move, I had so much to prove. Was all I could do to get away.
Till he taught her how to shoot. Daddy didn't play no games, wouldn't let her trade her name for a fake I do. Boy, you better know what you're getting into. This ain't no shotgun wedding that you're used to. The target is you. If you leave her standing all alone at the altar, Daddy's daughter got a smell. Some
broken heart, wanna call it quits. Pain that's so real, you can't move. Another door slammed right in your face, but good things come to those who wait. So wait till the storm passes through. 'Cause life rocks and it rolls, and Lord knows takes a toll on our love. The plans we had made, they got tossed by the wayside when the rubber finally met road. You can't learn to fly with your feet on the ground. If you're scared of the heights, stop looking down. You gotta knock off the dirt and forgive all the hurt. Take your lessons right on the chin and free fall again. Nine months and the room is ready. Baby girl gonna have her daddy wrapped up with ribbons and pearls. But we weren't anticipating a broken wing on the day she came. But flying feels like falling at first. 'Cause life rocks and it rolls, and Lord knows takes a toll on our love. The plans we had made, they got tossed by the wayside when the rubber finally met road. You can't learn to fly with your feet on the ground. If you're scared of the heights, then stop looking down. You gotta knock off the dirt and forgive all the hurt. Take your lessons right on the chin. You can't learn to fly with your feet on the ground. If you're scared of the heights, stop looking down.
Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the police come a knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher preacher there came, rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came, rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
And let's see here. So we are coming back. Looks like we're getting things rolling, and it doesn't happen very often where we're close to being on time, but we're on time. Looks like.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, so before we get rolling today, and we got a chance to do it before we got this first bowl coming out, we want to thank some of our sponsors today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get underway with our Hurricane Classic event here at the Shipping Arena. And we introduce to you two of the best in the business, our bull fighters, Austin Tilden and Jack Sheep.
Delicious varieties to choose from. Make sure you use the discount code MBBA at checkout for additional savings. Scan the QR code on your screen and order now. The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WBA
Paul Bryan.
Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA. 100% made in the USA.
What's that?
With a century of American textile manufacturing and high-quality socks made from the finest yarns using higher needle counts than most socks on the market today. What's this mean for you? It means their socks offer amazing comfort, like their Element Super Socks. They call it the Super Sock because not only is it one of the most comfortable socks you'll ever wear, they've included military-grade nano silver particles, which make these socks antimicrobial,
So loud.
antifungal, antibacterial, and moisture-wicking. Best of all, these socks don't stink. Scan the QR code on your screen and make sure you use discount code BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet?
And so we are back in the arena with Janelle Rice, Bob McCathard, and me, Chris O'Brien, and we're getting ready to get underway with the Derby portion of the day. And now these are 3-year-old bulls, and we won't see any heifers bucking in this one, but these are all young bulls. You're going to see a dramatic difference between the size of these animals from, obviously ones and twos, but these guys have put on a lot of weight. You're going to see a lot of exciting action. And one of the things you need to look forward to this, and Bob, I know you're with me on this too, is now we've got bullfighters involved. So you get out there, you're on the bull, you're riding, and these bullfighters put their life on the line to protect the rider from the bull. So, the bulls don't mean to hurt you, but you come off a bull and you're too close, it might hurt you. And these bullfighters do diversion tactics, running around the bulls, cutting across the bulls, to get them to turn away from the rider. And we're just, it's really exciting to watch them do that. So Bob, how many times have you sat here and crossed your fingers that a bullfighter's not going to get hurt?
Well, just about every time. They do a lot to help these young bull riders up here in South Dakota. We get sort of an all experience levels from some young beginners who've just been on a handful of bulls to some more experienced guys.
Right.
But the young guys, they really need the help. And these guys know what to do.
So when you come out here today, I just want to kind of recap with everybody what's going on here. So we've got the derbies coming in the ring working now. You're going to look when you're looking at their chutes. They're going to break away for. We'll be right back. They're going to do the national anthem and a prayer, and we'll be right back.
And we're going to post the yearling results from this morning.
And we are back in the arena getting ready to get started, all the business taken care of. And coming up first in the lineup today, bucker number 1 is 010. This is Johnson Bucking Bulls coming out of the Evolution Spray Foam booth. As you can see that shot down there with our bullfighters standing right out there. Okay. So this is the time, you'll see more and more often. There's a little more time taking, passing while they're in these chutes, getting ready. The riders getting on, getting comfortable, the bulls getting ready to take them. So what we can expect to see here, Bob, is these are the Derby bulls. They're much more advanced in the Futurity and the Yearlings. But what are you expecting out of this lineup of bulls today?
You should see a lot of more power than you did this morning, and more explosiveness. I guess that sort of goes in with the power. But, you'll see more kick, and they'll just be overall faster,
Right. You consider the difference in weight. The dummies weigh, 15 to 19 pounds or whatever.
Right.
Now you got a 140-pound, 150-pound kid on there.
Right, exactly.
And these riders are made up of kids from the area, high school and college kids. They're getting ready to pull the rope. This will be our first ride of the day, hopefully. We'll see.
And this is
0110 Johnson Bucking Bulls. Here we go. There we go. And you watch those bullfighters in action. You get right in there. And you had a rider come down right underneath that bull, and of course the bullfighters get right in there to give them protection.
Yep.
And the other thing you should know is going on is we were just showered with dirt again. So that gives you an idea how close we are to the action. I mean, very close.
It is. We're right next to the dirt, as they say.
Yeah, so coming up next, we're going to kick up some more dirt with 048 out of the left-hand chute. This is in the backyard Bucking Bulls chute. This is 048 Rank Hank from TR Cattle and Barthold.
Yep,
This is one of Tennille's bulls.
Right. It's Mr. Juicy grandson. And he placed first at the MBBA finals in, last year, 2022.
Comes Rank Hank out of the backyard Bucking Bulls chute.
And he was also top 20 in the ABBI standings.
Okay.
So he's been around, done some traveling. TR Cattle is expecting a lot of good things out of him this year.
Rider getting himself that grip just right.
Getting situated.
Yeah. So, like I've mentioned before, this is kind of a hurry up and wait kind of thing when you're getting these riders on.
Because though the bulls take their time acting up sometimes in the chute, now we're waiting on the riders too.
Right. You look for that bull to settle down, start looking out to the ring.
And the rider's trying to wrap his rope, and slide up gently so as not to disturb nothing with the bull.
Here we go. Looks like I get.
This is 048 Rank Hank from TR Cattle.
Now you watch this bull come out, and you watch the bullfighters come across. Here we go. Woo! Look. Yeah. And see how those bullfighters come right in. Rank Hank.
Came out, turned back right there in the gate.
Our proud mama Tennille over here is doing the high fives and the air high fives. That's good. Next up after Rank Hank, we have 073 from TR Cattle, Travis Vitek. This is called Spanish Rice. Going to be over in the right hand. Actually, should be a left hand bull coming up, but I think we might have switched order.
Nope,
we don't. That's a very patient bull sitting over in the right hand chute. So yeah, on the left hand chute in the backyard bucking bull chute, we've got Spanish Rice, 073 from TR Cattle, and Travis Vitek. Again this afternoon, I'm Chris O'Brien, Bob McCathern, Tennille Rice doing the live play-by-play here at the MBBA. Midwest Bucking Bull, based right here in Colome, South Dakota. Beautiful weather out here, kind of windy. We were just saying in the south it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Up here it's not cold, it's just windy.
Right, and this is a Like Flynn grandson, and Trey Kimsey just bought this bull. Or recently purchased this bull from TR Cattle. Like Flynn over a 999 McNasty.
999 McNasty, I love that. Yeah. One of the all-time great bull names, McNasty. You know, I don't know if I'm having more fun watching the bull get ready or watch Tennille being nervous watching her bulls come out of the chute. Wow.
Spanish Rice is excited.
Spanish Rice just had a handstand and kicked his feet back up there in the back. And as we're seeing, we mentioned earlier, you go from the Futurity or the Yearling bulls taking up about half of the chute, and then the Futurity's taking up 3/4 of the chute, and then we're up to these big boys that are taking up the full chute.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
And this is still just a 3-year-old, so he's, over the next year, he's going to add some weight, bulk to him.
Yeah. You know, we haven't mentioned the riders yet. I see these riders on there. It takes a special kind of courage to get on the back of one of these things.
Right.
And a lot of these kids have grown up in this community, worked these ranches, and so they've been around this their whole life. And so they see this as just kind of a rite of passage to go ride some of these bulls.
And the rider is Marcus Kimberling on this bull. Looks like Spanish Rice is going to stand calm for a few moments.
Yep. Looks like we're getting ready here. Come on, Spanish Rice. There we go. Oh, a little vocalization there to let you know that he's here, ready to go. During the break here, we had a little drama here. One of the new calves that dropped out here, its mama has rejected him, which is part of nature, and some good folks here were bottle feeding this little calf. And I was just communicating with one of my radio friends from back in the day. I said, this is by far one of the most unique experiences I've had so far remote. So it looks like that rider might have taken a tough hit on the front. We're going to take him off and let him reset a little bit. And that's what's, you got those guys working the chute, which is great. You got the guy to grab the cowboy to keep him safe and pull him off. And right now the cowboy's just kind of collecting himself a little bit, got his bell rung a little bit on that kick forward.
Yeah, he's took a hard one right there.
Sure did. Did a face plant right into that chute. Yeah, so he's shaking it off right now, and that's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. No pun intended. Well, I guess that pun was intended. Our live stream brought to you today by the fine folks at Jerky Pro. That's www.jerky.pro. And also Paul Bryan USA manufacturers of some of the most comfortable socks I've ever had on my feet. And we hope that you'll check them out. You can go to wdtmsports.com, and we have all their information on there, and we want you to shop there because they're offering a discount. So for Paul Bryan socks, it's Bull15, and you can enter that code on checkout. You get yourself a nice little discount. Same goes for our friends at Jerky Pro. The Spanish Rice kind of settling down here, hopefully. Get that rider collected. We'll see if we hang tight with Spanish Rice, or we're going to move to the next rider and come back. But we'll see. It looks like the rider's collected himself, and we're going back. So while we're waiting, we're going to talk a little bit about our sponsors.
MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Halpane's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch, Kuchera Electric, and Shippey Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Tapatio, Grossenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag.
Okay, so we're back, and it looks like we got the rider on Spanish Rice getting ready to go. This, of course, is 073 Spanish Rice from TR Cattle and Travis Vitek, coming out of the Backyard Bucking Bull chute on the left-hand side here.
Marcus Kimberling is the rider.
We're expecting some explosion out of this bull.
Yep. This afternoon we got 14 Derby bulls, 10 Classic, and we'll just roll straight from the Derby into the Classic. They just may rake the arena.
We see Spanish Rice calming down and looking out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Kimberling gets set to go on Spanish Rice.
Looks like Marcus is beginning to wrap his rope, so hopefully he can get out this time.
So gets that rope wrapped, and we got the bull settled. We'll be ready to pull that gate and go. Looks like they're getting ready to pull that rope taut and get him out of there.
Yeah. Phil Markoff putting the flank on him on Spanish Rice. Bull's looking out. Marcus just needs to slide up and nod his head.
Here we go. Come on, Marcus. All right, he's not got. He may rewrap here. We'll see. Yeah, he's going to rewrap. And folks, this is the nature of bull riding. I mean, you know, sometimes when you see it on national television, you know, they've done some editing. So at this point, we're seeing a bull that's tight in the chute, and we'll just. I think they're going to decide whether they're going to let him out and do another bull, but we'll follow that and see what's happening. Meanwhile, they're going to go. It looks like they are going to go up to the spray foam booth. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. So we're going to go up to 64H, owned by Backyard Bucking Bulls, and the Evolution Spray Foam chute. They're going to. This is 64H. This is 60.
This is 428H.
Okay, so we're correct. It's 428H coming out of that order. So this is not 64. This is 428H. This is from Backyard Bucking Bulls, Evolution Spray Foam. And like I said before, folks, this is the way it works. These bulls aren't ready to go. They're not cooperating. We swap them around, move them around, and we get them on. The trick is making sure those of us who are calling it know who's who and what's going on. So Tennille, while we're waiting for this bull to come out, that was a tough, stressful few minutes there for Spanish Rice.
Pretty stressful. So this is his second trip with a rider. He was calm in this shoot with the first one. Didn't have an issue at all. He knows what's going on now. He's taking a little bit to calm down.
So we'll get through 428H from Backyard Bucking Bulls over here in the Evolution Spray Foam chute, and then go revisit Spanish Rice here. So there looks like we got a rider. He's got his get himself tied in, and they're gonna. Here we go.
Bryce Ridings, what a great last name. Oh yeah. Oh. What a nice bull, because he could have had him for lunch.
Yeah. Yeah. You see the size of those animals. I mean, the difference between the Futurity and these 3-year-olds. I mean, I got to tell you, I'm sitting. You know, we're sitting 6 feet away from when we came over here, and you got to take your breath a little bit going. He stops.
Yeah, they've got some, and then just wait till the classic bulls come up, because they take a big jump. I really thought we were going to see a bull ride today. He was sitting on him good, and just didn't get it.
So we're going to get him out the out gate there. Yeah, we were close on that one.
We were.
And once again, the bullfighters jumping in to save the day.
Great bullfighters. We thank the Lord for them. Could not do this without them here saving our life.
They are so agile on their feet. So that was 428H that we saw come through from Backyard Bucking Bulls.
While we have a little bit of time, can I brag a little bit?
Please.
So what about Mr. Rank Hank? What did you think of my boy?
Impressive.
I was pretty proud of him. Second trip with a rider. He was much better this time than the last time. Not that the last time he was bad, but proud of my son.
Correct.
Best bull I've ever raced.
So you're feeling those dirt clods hitting us.
Yeah.
So the Cowboy's going to come out and escort 428H out of the ring.
So with these Derby bulls, they're used to, last year, we had the dummy. The dummy falls off and the flank falls off with the dummy. With riders, that flank is still riding him.
Yeah.
So he's a little confused. He's still flanked here. He doesn't know what's going on. That's why he's having a hard time leaving.
Yeah. So they'll work him out.
Got a leg here, so we're going to take it slow.
And, as the season goes on, they'll get more used to it. And, and also you got to think about these bulls are not local, so they don't know, they're not familiar with the outgate here. And
yes, but the outgate's always in the middle. But yes. We're going to drag him in.
Yeah, there we go. Get him out.
There he goes. Whew. I'm still shaking. We still got Spanish, hopefully, to go.
Yeah. So let's see which way we're going to go. I think we're going to go back to the right-hand chute. Don't know which one this is, honestly. This could be 64H or 501 from Backyard Bucking Bulls.
So I think he's saying SO1.
Okay. SO1, Backyard Bucking Bulls, and the Evolution Spray Foam.
He's a Lil Ruby Who, son. So Houdini over Ruby Red Daughter. So Ruby Red was a limousine bull that the Shippy started with way back in the late 90s. Kind of got their start, Ruby Red. So it's nice to see these old bulls still come up in the pedigree. My Hank, his grandpa is the second born bull on my place.
Awesome.
So it's very cool to see that even those old school genetics are still showing up, still playing today.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah. Now Spanish Rice is sitting over there waiting his turn, wagging his tail. I don't know if that definitely means he's happy.
That means he's nervous.
Yeah.
He's in timeout right now.
That's right. So here we go on the Evolution Spray Foam with the SO1 for Backyard Bucking Bulls. That bull turned back quick.
He did. He was right there, set that guy up, bucked him off pretty quickly.
Yeah. Look at the front side. The front end of that bull is massive.
And if you look at how he's built, bigger on the front end, comes back to kind of a skinnier waist. That's an athletic build. Nicely built calf.
Yep. So much action going on. That bull's saying, well, okay, I'm going to go out the outgate. Well, maybe not.
He's looking at the chute like, hey, let's try that again. That was fun.
Yeah.
Bucking off cowboys is a fun game.
And he's like, I can do that better. I can do that better. There we go.
Great job. So our bullfighters, we're talking about them, Austin Tilton and Keish Heath. Great job here in Cologne, South Dakota.
So now I think we're going to go with 64H.
Backyard Bucking Bulls. Don't have much information about him, but we'll find out today, don't you think?
Yes, absolutely. Let's see what this performance is going to look like.
So
I was just going to say, one of the braver cowboys riding without a helmet.
Yes. So we're not going to see that much anymore. PBR rules are if you were born, I don't know the exact date, but somewhere in the 90s, if you were born after that, you have to wear a helmet.
Well, I think that's smart. I think that's smart. Well, here we go.
Nice kick, came out there, nice 2 kicks, didn't get a chance to turn. We have to assume the last thing he was doing is what he would have continued doing had that guy stayed. So we have to assume he wasn't going to turn back. If he did, his score would have been higher. But nice calf there.
Yeah, here he is. He's still trying to get that strap off. It just got up close and personal with that bull.
Yeah.
My wife is listening and watching right now. So, honey, he was a good 19 inches away.
Yeah. There's a table in between here. The bullfighters will
table and some rails between us.
So that's an interesting thing. I want to talk about the judges. So we just came from the Yearling and the Futurities where the judges got to see 4 seconds. Every single calf, they got to see 4 seconds. Well, now they can only score the ride. So as long as the rider has his hand in that bull rope, the judges can score. Anything that happens after that, they cannot use.
Right.
But what you have to remember, whatever they were doing when they bucked that guy off, you can make the assumption he would have done that the whole time.
Correct.
So if he was into a spin, you can make that assumption. So no judge should ever say, I didn't get to see enough. You see enough.
Yeah, and the other thing you should realize with it, for those of you who are new to this sport, the rider cannot touch the bull with anything but his hand that he has tied off. So if he's a lefty or a righty, the other hand cannot touch the bull. And when that does happen, that's not a ride for the rider.
Right. So that would be a DQ.
A DQ for sure.
Even if his elbow grazes the horn. I don't agree with that one, but that is true.
We're going to go back to Spanish rice here.
So I'm going to take this off, pass it on to Bob because I might get a little vocal.
Yeah, Mama's nervous.
I get excited.
Mama's nervous. Spanish rice is itching to get out of that chute today. You hear that bellowing there. This is Spanish rice 073, one of Tennille's bulls, TR Cattle, Travis Vitek, and Backyard Bucking Bull chute. Let's get down on that bull. We'll see some explosion or relief from that bull. We don't know what we're going to see when that gate comes open, but watch this rider to get settled in.
Our bull riders this afternoon is Austin Tilton right there on the right and Cash Heath on the left over here.
And what's interesting is you've got, Austin's had some time to recover from getting his head pushed, that head plant he did into, thank goodness he had a helmet on. But now he's back on Spanish rice. Oh, that's Marcus doing that. Okay. I apologize. I'm watching the bulls. You call the riders. Okay, so here we are.
Marcus Kimberling is the rider on Spanish rice from TR Cattle.
So he's getting his hand, rather pulling that up, cinching it tight, wrapping his hand.
A combustion son.
Yeah.
In like Flynn, grandson.
This rider's a lefty.
This is a second trip with a rider.
Here we go. Looks like Spanish rice is calmed down, looking out, ready to go. This gate's going to come open as soon as the rider nods him on.
Got to slide up.
Here we go.
This is where Spanish rice been getting a little.
Yep. Just the bravery of these cowboys to sit on the back of these things. Spanish rice is pretty rank right now. He just is not enjoying this. He's ready to get out. And like Tennille said, this is his second ride. Here he goes. Big kicks, big power. Big power. Yeah. Let's look at that replay on that one.
Here's the replay.
Yeah. So what do you think about that bull? Some nice athleticism there. Rider held on tough.
Rider held on. Thought he was going to, or I felt that he was going to get very close to an 8-second ride.
Yeah.
Until Spanish rice went in a spin, then he slung him out the back end.
And we talked about it a little, just walking down the street, your body's doing so many things to keep your center of gravity, to keep you standing vertical, and you get on the back of these bulls and everything's out the window. And that's why their core strengths of these riders is amazing. If you and I wanted to do this, we'd have to do about 10 weeks of sit-ups, 24 hours a day, get our core ready for this. So now we're over into the right-hand chute. This is 017 Duffy from Bowman Duffy. Right.
Tristan Molden's the rider. don't know much about Duffy, but I remember Duffy was here last year
right.
as a 2-year-old in the MBBA. So they've been hauling him for some time now.
This is riders getting settled in. And once again, if you're just joining us, we talked about the right and left-hand bulls. This is a right-hand bull in the Evolution Spray Foam right chute. It's just to the right of the outgate. Here he comes. Ride him, cowboy. Oh, there he goes.
What a good-looking boy.
Yeah.
The bull.
Yep.
The bull.
Were you looking at the boy or the bull?
I was definitely looking at the
Come on,
bull.
Keneal. Come on now.
Anyone that knows me, I tell them the only PBR athletes I follow have horns and a tail.
Well, you know what? You know, this is one of the things when you see a rider ejected like that, he was literally ejected. You know, he came flying up off that bull. This was not a falling off the bull because of gravity. This was an ejection.
That was definitely intent.
Yeah.
I'm just back now with you. Was that OT 617?
Yes, OT 17, Duffy.
Okay.
Now we're with OT 21, all air, Bowman, Stern, and Allen. This is going to be in the left. No, I guess this is not. We got to stand by here just a second, see, make sure. The activity still seems to be in the right-hand chute, so this will be all air.
So these bulls, like we discussed, it's new to them, this whole thing. The Derby, even though they've been bucking most of them for 2 years, whole new game.
And there's a lot more pressure on them now. There's more bodies around people they don't know, so, you know, animals are always wary of strangers. So we'll just see how this goes, but it's exciting. So right now what you're seeing on going back there is the bulls back in the alley going down to the chute, and looks like they're having a little challenge to get him down. There we go. There we go.
So our rider is Tristan Molden. He got on Duffy and All Air, so that's our last guy.
Okay. Yeah, some of these fellows will be riding 2 or 3 times today, maybe 4 times.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
It is. Marcus got on too, and he started right on Spanish. That was exciting. I thought we were going to get to see a bull ride. Got a lot of close.
Of course, there's a lot of folks that help us out bring this broadcast. Want to mention our sponsors, Jerky Pro. Their jerky's delicious. Keneal, you got to try it during the break.
Oh, it was great. Great job to them. Really enjoyed it. Was just that perfect amount. Wasn't overpowering.
Right.
Wasn't leather. It was just perfect.
Not too salty. It's lovely. And it's really good. And I'm not just saying that because they're a sponsor, because I love jerky. But Jerky Pro is out of Ohio. You can reach them online at www.jerky.pro. And of course, if you mention the MBBA, you get a nice discount on the checkout. You can actually scan the code that's on your screen right now and just use MBBA, the discount code on the checkout, and save a little money on jerky. And they sell jerky in all different sizes. They have like a 1 ounce, a 3 ounce, and an 8 ounce. Is that right? Yeah. And so, and these little 1 ounce packages are great because it's like a quick snack.
Yeah, something you could take on the trail with you.
Yeah, and they're all natural. You know, you'll hear the commercial in a minute, but they're all natural, and all the ingredients are good, and they're certified, all that kind of stuff. And so when you're looking for a product to eat like that, you want to make sure you're putting fewer preservatives in your body and more natural things, and that's what you're going to find in Jerky Pro Jerky. And they have all kinds of flavors, like 8 varieties, including allegedly one of the hottest jerkies in the world called Nuclear Jerky.
I like the hot jerky. I don't know about nuclear, but I'd give her a go.
Yeah, well, you know, if you go on YouTube, you look around, you'll see the Jerky Pro contest where people are eating the nuclear to see how long they can hold it in their mouth. So that's always entertaining. So here we are. We're looking in the right chute over here. It's the Evolution Spray Foam chute. It is all air, OT 21 from Bowman, Stern, Allen. And as we said before, it's a waiting game. But the most important thing is that the rider is safe. The rider gets on the bull correctly, because you know we want to ride. We want some good action, whether he makes it 8 seconds or not. Both the contractors and the riders want to have a good show today. And really, if a rider comes out on a bull and it's only about a 1.5 second ride, that's really not good for anybody because you're not getting to see enough out of the bull.
Correct. You know, people always talk about the animal welfare. We discussed that this morning, how well these animals are taken care of. Like, The one in this situation that gets beat up the most is the rider. It's the hardest on the rider.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're in the gym just getting in the best shape they can so they can ride these 1,500-pound bulls. Show us 8 seconds. And if you don't think 8 seconds is a long time, do what I do. Go to the gym. The last 8 seconds on your treadmill, just go as hard as you can.
Yeah.
You'll realize how long 8 seconds
It
really
is. It is. Only thing I can compare that to is I was a wrestler in high school, and that's 6 minutes. And the football players used to say, "Oh, you're not in good shape," until a football player would come out and try it, and they'd be puking.
Right.
So 8 seconds, full engagement from the cowboy. His entire body is at work there. His core, his legs, his arms, his neck, everything is going. So these young men that are riding these bulls today, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, they are tired.
They are. And it's interesting you say wrestling because you see a lot of crossovers from wrestlers to the bulls because it's that one-on-one sport.
Yeah, well, you won't find me doing that unless they start making 3,000-pound bulls.
They make them. We can get them. I have been on one bull in my life.
Have you really?
Yes, I have.
So we are actually switching over to 120. This is Bailey Pro Rodeo over in the backyard bucking bull chute. We were waiting for All Air to do his thing over there, but we're going to move on to this other chute. So we're on the left-hand side, backyard bucking bulls. This is bucking order 9, sort of. He's on the sheet at bucking order 9, but he is number 21.
So Bailey Pro Rodeo. Now they've been in the rodeo world for quite a long time. Bulls such as Playboy, Gunslinger, that's Bailey Pro Rodeo. You know rodeo, you need to know that name.
Well, here we go.
Tegan Gray. And this is going to be his first out tonight.
Tegan's getting himself ready for the ride. He's keeping himself up off the back of the bull while he gets his ropes ready. He's going to pull that cinch tight. He's going to tie his hand down, wrap his hand. And everybody around that chute is working to keep things safe. You see that handler's got his hands on that cowboy in case the bull decides, like we saw with Spanish Rice, the handler can pull that cowboy off to keep him safe. Because it's 140, 150 pounds versus 1,500 pounds.
Exactly. A good spotter will save your life. We saw that earlier.
Right. You see that handler just grabs him right away. You call them spotters.
Spotter, yep.
See, there we go.
Oh, gonna see a ride today. Stay on him. Just got him out of line. It's hard to ride those bulls that aren't really bucking. He's just going there. That's probably harder than a bull that's right there in the gate. And I say probably because, I said, I've been on one.
That was 120. We came close, though. So I think we're going to go back to the right-hand chute, Evolution Spray Foam chute, where All Air is standing by. This is a Bowman Stern Allen bull. Tennille, I'm going to take a little water break here. I just had a lot of dust thrown at me a little bit a second ago, so if you'll cover for a second.
Oh, I get the mic, and I get to tell you guys anything I want. Let's see. So we did just see Pro Bulls, Bailey Pro Rodeo. We talked about them, Playboy, Gunslinger. Those are some old school boys. I bet you get to see a lot of them in their genetics.
So a lot of folks go to, the first bull riding event I went to, I bought so much merchandise because I just had such a good time. So if you're enjoying what you're watching, you can go to WDTMsports.com. We've got merchandise there with this really attractive looking Bucking Bull Series logo for 2023. So check that out. So now we're going back to the left-hand chute, it looks like.
Up next, Bailey Pro Rodeo, chute number 2.
Yes, this is 320 for Bailey Pro Rodeo. So, we've been saying this all day. It's very unpredictable how these bulls are going to react when we're trying to get them down the alleys into the chutes. So here's another case where we're going to come back to All Air in a moment. So you watch all those people doing their jobs to get that bull ready to go out. Sometimes you see the clowns come up there, or the bullfighters come up there and the only clown is sitting behind the microphone right now. But the bullfighters get over there to help with the cinch there. The rope's getting ready to go taut, and we're about to get that bull busting out of that chute. It's
So
back
for-
here.
I think clown is just acceptable. Rodeo clown back in the day was a bullfighter. Same thing.
Yeah.
They used to have to do both, entertain the crowd and protect.
Right. So there he's getting back up there, and right now he's a cinch surgeon. He's helping him do his thing, get that rope on the way they want it.
So this morning we saw a dummy. Now we see riders, but same thing. They have a rope that goes around the girth of their body, and we got to get that just pulled up how the guy likes it. Strap himself in.
It's interesting to watch the bull riders. Some guys are doing the handle and the rope right in the middle of the back. Some, like the Brazilians, like to do it off the side. And it's really your personal preference and what's going to help you keep your balance on that bull. It's how they train and what they do.
So I think with the Brazilian, they have a different type of rope, and it's how that rope is pulled.
Yeah.
Someone can correct me if you want. I think that's it. I do know with the American style, sometimes they'll move it over because they think the bull's going to go that way or not.
Yep.
Usually doesn't work when they do that. The bulls are smart nowadays.
I guess there we go.
Oh.
Let's watch the replay on that one. Starts kicking right out of the chute, short ride, so we didn't get to see a lot out of that bull.
We didn't get to see a lot. Guy fell off right as he was making that turn.
Yep. So that was 320 from Bailey Pro Rodeo. And 320 is trying to decide, am I going to leave now? Yeah, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go through the WDTM Sports Out gate, get there, and there he goes. So not only do the bullfighters save lives, but they go pick up the ropes afterwards. And, they are multitasking today like crazy.
Sometimes they have to help build up the arena, too.
Yes.
I can tell you my bullfighter's at my house right now feeding my cattle, so we can be here. Bullfighters are your best friend.
I'm telling you.
And it's the most dangerous job. That bullfighter, he's out there for every bull, putting himself in between the bull and the cowboy. It takes a special person to do that. I don't think I'm one of them. I'm not quick enough and I'm not brave enough.
I think you're probably, I think you could probably do it. You know enough about him, you could do it.
I know enough about him to know not to be there.
We're going back to all air here in the Evolution Spray Foam booth. We've been waiting on this bull to do its thing. This is a Bullman Stern Allen bull.
Our rider is Tristan Molden. We saw him already. This is a second out.
Here we go. And this happens fast. Once they get the nod from the rider, they're ready to go. They're going to have that rope pulled, and they're going to get out of there. Guys on the gate. Here we go.
Oh. So I don't think we had a nod there. I think he kind of...
He was still on the gate, yeah.
So we can look at the judges to see, do we get re-rides here? I don't know that they do that.
I don't know. I'm looking at this judge over to the left. Right at me, seeing what's going on here. Okay, we're about to get hosed with some dirt again. Oh. I wish I had a camera that I could show you my notebook here. It's like I could plant plants over here, y'all. There's just so much dirt on me. Last year when we were out here for the event, I went back to the hotel afterwards and I took my jacket off and just dirt fell out everywhere.
It's that good arena ground.
Mm-hmm. Extra nutritious.
So is this OT 2 up
This
next?
is OT 2 from Bailey Pro Rodeo over in the Backyard Bucking Bull chute. I think I'm going to need an energy recharge from some Pro Jerky here in a minute.
Definitely worth it. Such a different game. I love the excitement of the riders. There's, everybody's excited, pumped up.
You know, it's funny. I used to watch sports commentators say the mood is electric in the room, and I was like, they're crazy. And I'm like, yeah. If the difference of watching bull riding on TV and watching bull riding in person, there's no comparison.
Right. Totally different game. You get to feel it.
It's a full sensory experience. The smells, the sounds, the noises.
Definitely the smells. Actually, I don't smell a thing. Am I just used to it?
I'm not smelling it anymore either. I don't know how I'll be when I get on the plane tomorrow, but.
So Ott2, he's a son of T. Ott2 Justified. He's another Bailey Pro Rodeo calf.
He's number 11 in the bucking order, but the bucking order is really kind of out the window right now. Cowboys getting ready. You know, we were watching them put on the dummies on the back, and they very gently put the dummy on the back and tie off the. And they're trying to do the same thing with the Cowboys. The Cowboys go in, kind of hover over the back of the bull till they slip into that position they want to be in. And that's what we saw with Spanish Rice this morning. He was good until that started happening. He's like, I don't want you on my back.
Right. Little bit more weight, so they should come on. This is what I've seen and been told. Come on, they come with their knees and then slowly got to keep the spurs off of them, or they get them excited.
Yep.
I think Marcus did everything he did. It just, we breed them to buck off Cowboys, and they don't know if they're supposed to do it in the chute or in the arena.
Here we go. This is Ott2.
He had him bucked off from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
You could see that daylight right between him and the bull.
You could.
It was going to happen.
Immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately. Good sized bull, too.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more of him because I think he's a nice bull.
As the season goes on, we will.
For sure.
So I want to thank Randy and Jen Shippey, our hosts and hostess this weekend. We're out here at the Shippey Ranch in Colombe, South Dakota on a beautiful Saturday. Kind of windy, but beautiful. It's calving season out here, so you're getting to see Mother Nature at her best, being windy in the weather and bring beautiful little baby bulls and heifer calves in here. And we got to have a little heifer calf come visit us. I guess that was a bull calf that came to visit us earlier that was bit on the bottle over here, right?
It was a cute brindle, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Mom wasn't so sure, and they brought him inside, got him a bottle.
Got him warmed up.
Yeah.
So this is S04, Mike's Little Secret, Shippey Wade Tree Ranch. And I guess if I was doing it traditionally, I'd say S04, right?
Yes.
Okay. S04, Mike's Little Secret, Shippey Wade Tree Ranch. Going out of the backyard bucking bull chute.
We say ought to sound cool. Our bull rider, Rayleigh Jones.
So after Mike's Little Secret, we have 2 more bulls in the Derby competition, then we'll roll right into Classic Bulls.
Mike's Little Secret. I wonder what Mike's secret was.
His secret was he bought a bull and didn't tell his wife.
I'm sure of it. There you go. There you are.
Oh.
That's I've been about seeing 6 seconds 3 times. If we had a 6-second whistle, we'd have 3 rides.
I'm telling you.
Bulls started out really good, then kind of flattened out a little bit, gave that guy a chance to catch up, eventually won.
So Mike's going to do one more lap, I think, and decide whether I'm leaving out the out gate. There he goes. So coming up next is S13. We'll get to that in just a second. But in the meantime, let's pay a little visit to our sponsors.
MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Halpane's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch, Kuchera Electric, and Shippey Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Tapatio, Grossenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic.
All right, here comes
Team and Hay and Premier.
Here comes Pity Party. Was that Mesquite or Pity Party?
That's Pity Party.
Okay, Pity Party came out. Sorry about that. We're in commercial. That's Ought To Pity Party from Savage Bucking Bulls and Mike McKee.
And that just sad to see that bull as a 2-year-old outstanding. Put up 90s after 90s after 90s. He's just not used to the rider yet. He's had one rider on him. That was in December. I mean, he was the one that I came to watch, him versus Hank, and beat him today, but that's not going to be the trip we see out of him all year.
Yeah, and like I said, this is really the first event of the new year. I mean, the actual premier event was in December, but here we are in the end of April going into May. This is really the first event in the calendar year of 2023. So these bulls have just gotten out of winter, and they're coming into spring, and they're fine-tuning their efforts. And of course, the finals will be coming up at the end of the year in September, and it's worth watching to see your favorite bull that you saw today in September, to see how they're performing then after they've had a lot more outs.
Definitely. So one more bull left in the Derby.
That's correct.
S-Op 13.
This is Mesquite from Shippy Tricker.
So he was your 2022 MBBA Futurity End of Year Champion, 21 Yearling Champion, split 3rd and 4th in the November event and 3rd in June 2022.
With a build-up like that, we should see something special.
We should.
Let's hope.
So I've got my scores written down. I have a...
So we got, here's a contractor with 2 buckles on this bull already. Wonder if they're going to shoot for one in every category.
Yes, and that's the dream.
Yeah.
When you can have one that can go from yearling to 2s to 3s to 4s, that's your golden child. They all can't transition from a dummy to a rider. You'll see some that are just hands down amazing with the dummy. They just did not make it with the rider, and you'll see vice versa. And you'll see some, the special ones that can do it all.
Right, and think about it. You're adding 120 pounds plus to from a Futurity bull to a Derby bull. So what? Mesquite in there. Mesquite's in the Evolution Spray Foam chute over there on the right. Yep, and we're doing our thing.
So the top 3 in the yearlings, we're putting it up now. We have 93K. He was first place, 92.67. 221 of CRTT Cattle was a 90, and our third place was 202 Empire Cattle Company's 88.67. Those were your top 3 this morning in the yearlings.
So we got Mesquite. Looks like we're just a few seconds away.
Yes.
And pulling the rope taut, getting ready to pull it out.
I'm a little nervous.
I am too. Let's see what happens.
Last one of the Derby.
Think how the contractor feels if you think you're nervous.
Well, that's why I'm nervous.
Yep, there we go. Let's watch the instant replay on that one. It comes out.
Not a bad bull, solid. I would have liked to see a little bit more kick. I like him. I really think he's up there. I think he's winning some money. I don't think he's first.
No.
But we'll see how it ends up.
Yeah, he got that rider on that twist, and he threw those legs up on that twist, and that rider was launched. Yeah.
And that is our Derby. So.
Yeah, so I think they're probably going to rake the arena. And my theory on that last bull is they didn't like the Cowboys chaps with the sparkly chaps.
Possibly. So let's go into our yearling, our 2-year-old. So Bug Scuffle won it. That was the first bull we saw. Moyer and Sons. He won it with an 89.67. And take that back. He split first. He split it with 3 T Bucking Bulls 151. They were both 89.67. They brought home $2,196. Third place went to James Ritz. Remember one of our embryo calves we liked so much?
Right.
Well, they said he was the best too. He was 3rd overall. That was bull number 12, 89.33. A little over $1,400 on him. Then we go to CRTT BL 102. He was an 89. He split 4th, 5th with TR Cattle and Travis VTEC's Tough Love, winning $1,152.90. Then Chop Shop, Abracadabra, Mr. McCormick, And then Polar Prince wraps up your money winners in the 2-year-old class.
Of course, we're out here at the Shippey Ranch. I want to tell you a little bit more about the Shippies.
Contains high-quality genetics geared specifically towards all competitive levels of the MBBA, ABBI, PRCA, and the PBR. Whether you're new to the industry and sport, or if you're an experienced breeder or contractor, Shippey Rodeo Bulls has something for you. Owning a bucking bull is easy, even if you know nothing about bulls. No experience? No place to keep them? No worries. Shippey Rodeo Bulls hauls them, feeds them, and trains them. You watch and have fun. And we can customize the investment partnership to fit your specific needs. Shippey Rodeo Bulls offers sales of bulls, heifers, and cows, along with investment opportunities for ownership interest in young bulls, heifers, and older bulls, and semen sales. Call us today at 605-842-5089 or visit us online at shippeyrodeobulls.com.
So we are back at the arena, and so they're making everything look nice and pretty for the Classic bulls to come out. And coming up here, we've got the first bull in the draw with the Classic is one that I have a lot of interest in, and that is Who's Who, named after a company I happen to work for called Who Did That Media, and and that is owned by McCathern, and he is the McCathern that I've been sitting next to all day. I'm excited to see what Who's Who does today. So we'll see whether, Who's Who had a tough season last year because there's a lot of potential in this bull. We're expecting to see a lot of stuff, and we just didn't really see it last year. But hopefully, this first out this year, we're going to see something special. What do you think, Bob?
Well, I'm hoping so. Last year it seemed like the judges really didn't like him, so hopefully he's matured over the winter, and he's hopefully put it all together. He's been bucked a couple of times in the practice arena. Randy says he's looking good, so we'll see what he does today with Riley Jones on him.
I do have to give credit to our ring raker. I think this kid is about 7 years old, and the look on his face, he's absolutely intent and concentrating, doing a great job. So,
yeah, he's enjoying it for sure.
I mean, I would too. That's kind of like driving the Zamboni at a hockey game, right?
Exactly. I think he's one of Randy and Jenny's nephews.
But that's the difference of a ranch kid and a city kid. You couldn't put a city kid out here and give him that responsibility at that age.
No.
Because it would involve a trip to the emergency room or something like that.
He's having a fun time.
He sure is. Now he's doing serpentine figure eights on, we should rate him. Maybe we should get cards for the ring raker.
Right.
So I want to mention to you that we are going to be here for the rest of the afternoon, and we're going to take some time to hang out with some of our friends that we've met out here in South Dakota. We can't do this without the local sponsors they have here. You can see their banners are on all of the rails around the fences and stuff like that. So let's take a look at our local sponsors.
MBBA Platinum sponsorships include Halpane's Rank Supplement, Larson's Ranch, Kuchera Electric, and Shippey Realty. MBBA Gold sponsors include Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Tapatio, Grossenberg Implement Company, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag.
All right, so everybody, I want you to get out your cell phones, put it on the camera, walk up to the screen and scan that QR code on your screen right now. That's if you want to get some good looking Bucking Bull Series 2023 merchandise. And all you have to do is scan that QR code to take you right there. And this stuff is great looking. Whether you want a t-shirt or a tank top, or whether you want a bottle of water or a water bottle or even a bandana, it's all available for you right there. If you don't use the QR code, you can always go to WDTMsports.com. That's WDTMsports.com. And WDTM Sports, of course, proud to bring you the Bucking Bull Series this season, and we are at the MBBA today for their premier event of the spring. So Bob, next up, when we see Who's Who come out, one of the things I've noticed about Who's Who is he has gained a lot of weight.
Well, they had a hard winter up here in South Dakota, and Randy fed them to keep them, big and fat.
Yeah.
And that's the way they generate heat, is by eating and shivering and stuff like that.
Sure.
So he's a little fuller. I don't think we'll see. I don't think he's fat looking, but.
So we'll see what happens. I mean, and obviously they're coming out of the winter when they're less active. So, as the season goes on, again, we've talked about this before with these bulls, is that they get better.
Right.
And if they don't get better, they get sold or.
Exactly.
Sent to Whataburger. I just want to mention real quick while I've got a moment, we are broadcasting live from an arena where there's a lot of ambient noise around here, and one of those things that we hear is music in the background that's brought to you by our local in-house DJ, Doreen, who does an amazing job. But I just should mention that we do not own the copyrights to that music. It is not involved in our broadcast. It is only in the background. Any music you're hearing originating from our broadcast is licensed and copyrighted, and it's presented by Who Did That Media and our friends at artlist.io. So as the action is getting underway, as we've mentioned many times, this is kind of a hurry up and wait. But Bob, I'm curious to get your opinion on what you thought of the Derby set and all the bulls in the Derby. Did you see anything that just really blew your mind?
Well, there was a couple of bulls that I think stood out. Rank Hank was a good one, I thought. What's the other one? I should have taken notes. I'm looking up the numbers.
Well, I think Rank Hank was super explosive.
Yeah. Well, I had Rank Hank as my number one, and I'm not. It's one of the bulls in the top first 4 or 5.
Right.
Thought that. I don't remember who it is now.
So and it's hard to keep track of this, folks, because we've had, how many bulls have we had so far today?
Well, there was 14. Well, if you count the morning and this afternoon, there was a 72 this morning.
Yeah.
And we just went through 14 Derby bulls. We have 10 Classic still to go, and it looks, they finished breaking the arena. I guess we're taking, it looks like a mini break because I don't see no bulls loaded. And no judges at the moment, so I'm not sure where they ran off to.
So why don't we take this opportunity to talk about some of our sponsors who make this all possible, and we will be right back.
The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Jerky Pro, USDA and FDA approved beef jerky. It's low fat, high protein, organic, and 100% made in America. Jerky Pro, the go-to snack of pro gamers and athletes. 8 delicious varieties to choose from. Make sure you use the discount code MBBA on checkout for additional savings. Scan the QR code on your screen to order now. The 2023 Bucking Bull Series on WDTM Sports is brought to you by Paul Bryan USA, a 100% made in the USA company with a century of American textile lineage. They make high-quality socks made from the finest yarns using higher needle counts than most socks on the market today. What's this mean for you? It means their socks offer amazing comfort, like their Elemax Silver Series. They call it the Super Sock because not only is it one of the most comfortable socks you'll ever wear, they've included military-grade nano silver particles, which make these socks antimicrobial, antifungal, antibacterial, and moisture wicking.
Since
Best of all,
1996,
these
Shippey
socks
Rodeo
don't
Bulls
stink.
has been
Scan
breeding
the
and
QR
training
code on
bucking
your screen
bulls
and
as
make
well
sure
as
you
cows
use
with
discount
offspring.
code
That will
BULL15 for 15% off your first purchase. PaulBryanUSA.com. What's on your feet?
Of course, while we were doing that, a little technical difficulty. So I want to tell you, if you want to get some great socks, they're very comfortable. And of course, for example, for the ladies, there is a sock from Paul Bryan USA, that $1 from every sock sold goes to breast cancer research, which shows that this company really cares, and we really are so glad that they're a sponsor. If you go to their website, which is paulbryanusa.com, that's paulbryanusa.com, check out some socks, put them in the basket to check out, and make sure you add BULL15, that's BULL 15 as a discount code, and you'll get 15% off from our friends at paulbryanusa.com. So earlier today, we were getting ready, and my friend Bob here, Bob and Catherine, had a chance to talk to Randy because we have people coming from all over again. But I'll let Randy tell you about that. And so that was Randy telling us, and of course he left me and Bob out. Bob came up from Wichita Falls, Texas, where he has a ranch, and I came from North Carolina, where I have half an acre. So, half an acre and 2 dogs. So, one of the great things you can see right now, the cowboy riding across the arena on the horseback, and very rarely do you go to a sporting event where you get life right in your face. I mean, we have beautiful horses, beautiful bulls, and we're so close to the action. If you've never been to a live bull riding event, it's worth going, because even in a stadium, you can hear them bellow, you can feel the energy, you can see that dirt flying, you hear the ground thud when the cowboy hits the ground when they get thrown. It's just it's an amazing sport.
It's exciting, even in the cheap seats.
I
Even
gotcha.
maybe even better in the cheap seats.
Oh, yeah. Well, you get to see the whole arena. It's one time Bob and I took a couple buddies down to Fort Worth with PBR finals, and I was like, look at the size of that bull, and one of my friends says, look at the ground versus the size of that bull. That bull is huge.
They're big boys. And we'll see right now is going to the Classic how much bigger they get.
Yep, for sure. So who's who is going to be coming out of the backyard bucking bull's gate on the left-hand side when they get ready to go. Who's who is... So who's... Bob, let me toss it back to Bob here for just a real quick question. So Bob, who's who was part of 3 bulls that came up from Texas last year? And let's talk a little bit about those bulls a little bit.
Well, I purchased them from Hayden Shaw. So there's this who's a Royal Real son.
Yeah.
There's B916 who will follow him in the left-hand chute, who's a Magic Maker son, and eventually we'll go over to the right chutes for 94G Show Pony, who's sired by a full brother to the famous Showtime bull. They've done the B916, we call him Alakazam. He's done well. He's won a couple of checks. Then last year at the MBBA finals, Show Pony ended up being the reserve finals champion.
So we're switching orders. This is Alakazam. So we just swap those around.
But so he won an event last year. He placed second in December. This is Alakazam.
Yep, he won in April, right? Was that April when he won?
Yeah, he split first, second in April of 22 at the event a year ago as a Derby bull. So
I remember the day well when we were sitting in my living room thinking of names for the bulls.
Right.
We came up with this name. Well, actually, you and I can't take credit for this. I think my daughter came up with this name, didn't she?
Right.
Yeah. So Alakazam, which is a great name.
And so he's been hit and miss. Like he won that April event, then he sort of, I don't know, dinked around for a couple of events. Then he started getting better.
Well, you know, it's like we all have good days and we have bad days.
Right.
You know? So here we go. Let's see what happens with Alakazam. Who's our rider?
The rider is
Tegan
Gray. Our bullfighters are Austin Tilton over here on the right, and Cash Heath is on the left. Standing way back there in the back because Alakazam has a tendency to jump out of the chute. And they don't want him to
hurt anybody
or seam.
Yeah, and that explosive stuff is what we're looking for. So we see Alakazam come out and he explodes out, and they're smart to stay away from him.
Right.
So this bull's daddy, Magic Maker, he is the hot ticket right now as sires. He puts a lot of wow and action into him. Excited to see his calves. He is the sire to Hocus Pocus, who was a classic champion as a 3-year-old.
Thus the name Alakazam.
Alakazam.
That's right.
Perfect name for Magic Maker's son.
So you got Backyard Bucking Bull chute ready, and here he comes. They're going to pull that rope taut. Here comes Shippy McCathern's Alakazam. B916.
He's ready, so let's go, boys.
He's looking. Come on, cowboy. Bob, there we go. Wow. That was a good out there, Bob.
That was a good out. Lots of intensity when he came out. You see how quickly he swung that head. He was coming and he was ready. Kind of had a little bit of hesitation.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even call it hesitation. He was just so fast. Handled that rider like he wasn't even there.
Oh, yeah. That was great. But I don't think Bob has been breathing, so I just want to make sure he's still alive. Bob stopped breathing about a minute ago.
I totally feel you because that's how I was in the derbies.
Yeah.
And I'm still waiting for those results.
So here we go. I think we're going to go to, we're in the left chute, so we're going to try Who's Who now. This is 90X. This is McCathern and Who Did That Media.
So we're still holding our breath over there. You guys need me to take this?
Yeah, here, Bob, here, you take this, and I'll just watch.
So tell me about Who's Who, how he did as a Derby bull. Do we think he can beat Alakazam?
Well, I hope he can beat Alakazam, but last year's a Derby bull, he was the judges really didn't like him. He's one of those bulls that sort of took steps forward, and so they docked him up here in the MBBA quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, but they docked him, and he was always just out of the money. You know, that 7th, 8th type place bull.
Oh, those are frustrating.
And so we'll see how he does today. Hopefully he'll stay right there tight and kick and.
So when he moved forward, like you're talking about, is that when the guy fell off? You buck him off with that move forward, or?
No, yes, exactly. That's when he'd be bucking him off.
Yeah.
And that's that jump forward or shuffle his feet a little bit, walking forward. He'd done a couple of different things last year. We'll see what he does today.
Excited now. He ended up in the top 15 in the Derby, so they didn't dislike him too much.
Not too much, but again, it was he didn't win no money out of the 3 Red Bulls that you're going to see this afternoon. He's the one that never won nothing. So.
Well, hopefully we see him today step it up and win the Classic here at Cologne, South Dakota. That's what we're looking for. Who's Who? Oh, I like him. Oh, yes. He likes a classic game. I would say the judges should like that. I didn't see a step forward. I liked him better than Alakazam. Intense, good bull, guys. Happy.
I forgot to take the lower third off watching the bull and not watching the screen.
That's okay. You wanted everyone to know that's Who's Who. They're clapping here.
I hear that. That's probably hopefully for the rider, not so much the bull.
Well, he didn't ride him. Maybe they're clapping because he was able to walk out after that trip. I liked it. Who's Who? He's a Royal Rule calf. Be exciting to keep watching him. We're moving over to the rights now. If we're in order, it's Show Pony.
Yeah. This is the third bull
Okay.
that I purchased from Hayden Shaw.
Okay.
And he's sired by a full brother to Showtime, or with Showtime, I guess, out of a Smooth Move Daughter.
I see some Surefire blood in there. Surefire daughters are the ticket. Showtime is the ticket. He's bred well. Full brother to 009 Showtime. You see that in all the winning pedigrees Showtime.
Right.
Of course, he's Bruiser's daddy. So which one's your favorite?
Well, I sort of like Showtime. I mean, Alakazam.
Okay.
The best. Probably Show Pony the second and Who's Who the third, because Who's Who and the Classic Bull I had last year are paternal brothers. And so I don't know. I see some of the resemblance in their bucking styles, but I don't know.
Yeah, interesting.
It could be a toss-up. It depends on who's winning at the time. That's who I'm probably going to like the most.
You like the winners. Well, if you like the winners, then who's who you're liking right now, I would think. So we're seeing, these bulls are standing better because they're classic bulls. This is not their first year. It's not their first rodeo. We know what we're doing. We know what to expect. Standing nice, pulling that rope, making sure that the guy has a fair chance.
This is Show Pony 94G, Shippy McCatherine, and I finally just caught my breath.
I liked him too. Liked him a lot.
I think we started what we saw in this out with Who's Who is why the reason Bob purchased him in the first place.
Show's Pony's making a liar out of me, saying they're not fighting the chute. A lot of similarities between all three of them. Of the three, I like Who's Who.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I like that too. I've been waiting to hear that for a while. But Show Pony came out looking good too. It's something. I'll tell you, those three bulls. The original video of those three bulls, we saw they were like two, and they weren't even bucking. They were bucking dummies, I think. And the athleticism in the back, that high kick over the back into a spin with a belly twist, it was really something to see. And I think Bob and I were looking at those bulls for like 2 months. And when he finally pulled the trigger, it was like, oh.
Finally.
So it's, after a year of holding my breath, it was nice to see that Who's Who did well.
Not an impulsive buyer then. I'm the impulsive buyer.
No. Yeah.
Well, it looks like you did good. All three were very solid bulls. Definitely deserve to be here. Handled their riders pretty easily. I liked them. So up next we have Whiskey Peddler. So it's a Showtime son.
Yep. 904.
He's out of Whitewater Skull, so it looks like he's probably, I would bet you money, he's an embryo calf. Futurity sells a lot of embryos. That GLG 671 is one of his cows. Double D bucking bulls.
I love that name. I think I could make a career of just making bull names.
Well, if that's a career, then consider me retired, because I can do it. Oh!
A little stomp there.
Yeah. Got him, but both legs on each side of his head. That was scary.
Yep.
Little too close in comfort. Nice bull.
You see him come off that bull. Ooh, that was scary. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, you know what? I guess the good Lord looks out for bullfighters and cowboys.
He sure does. I quit judging for fun because
that was Austin Tilton and Cash Heath are doing a great job protecting these cowboys. And that's you talk about athleticism. These guys, these bullfighters move fast.
Yes, they do. We thank the Lord for them.
And I mentioned it was like a ballet earlier because you see them crossing to confuse the bull, to redirect the bull, pull away from the cowboy, and again, I'm a rookie in the sport, but the more and more I see this stuff, the more I'm impressed with how difficult it is and how athletic they are. So, good for them.
And you're paying attention. I can tell you're actually watching what the bullfighters are doing because you're able to tell me. One of the keys, if you're in the audience and you don't know anything about bull riding and you go home, you're like, I didn't even see a bullfighter there. That means the bullfighters did an amazing job. They
That's
did
correct.
their job. If you don't notice them, they did great.
That's right. That's right. Of course, they're wearing those lovely, lovely jerseys with our sponsors on board.
Yes, we appreciate them.
The suspiciously placed "Who Did That Media" logo on the back. The Shippey Rodeo Bulls logo on the front.
Shameless plug, is that what we say?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's perfect. Yeah, we thank you guys. Without the support of you guys, we would not have a live feed to go and show our partners that couldn't make the event today. Bring in more fans. It's so important to have this set up. You guys are doing amazing. Thanks for letting me be part of it.
Thank you, Tennille. I think the audience will agree that this was made so much better just because you're here. You're excellent at this.
I appreciate it. Anytime you need me.
I've been in the broadcast world for a long time, and Tennille came up, what can I do better? And I wanted to say I hate your guts because it took me a long time to be able to do what you can do. And I said, no, you don't need to change anything. You're excellent just how you are. So congratulations, Tennille. You had a talent in your back pocket you didn't know.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I love talking about bucking bulls. You want to talk about bucking bulls and bucking cows, I'll get it done. Now you want to talk about football and may not be so great. So we got a woman on the flanker. Kim is on the flank. Exciting for her. This is a family sport. It's not just for the men.
Yeah, this is 117/9 Faith Train.
There you go, cowboy.
We got a ride here today.
We got one. Oh, it's close. It is close. And I hear thumbs up and shakes.
Yeah.
We got a bull ride for
We got
you,
a bull
boys and
ride.
girls.
See, that's the thing people don't realize. These events go by sometimes and there's no riders. I know we got a rider.
We got a rider, so I'll tell you, as a judge, with confidence, I can tell you that is the bull rider winning the event so far.
Sure, that is a qualified ride, so it's exciting to see that.
The only ride of the day, if he is, he'll take home the whole pot.
That's right.
It was close. Faith Train.
Next up, we've got 901, the Gambler.
Okay.
901, the Gambler. This is Eller's Willow Valley.
And that last rider was Zebach Comer. So he's our... Oh,
Zebach. Now, I remember Zebach last
Wyatt.
season. Zebach's got an awesome name. He's riding Gambler. Who was on what, Faith Train?
that was Wyatt Norstegard.
Okay. So Zebach, again this season, wins the award for the coolest name.
Zebach.
Zebach.
Reebok with a Z.
Yeah. So we're over in the Evolution Spray Foam Chute with the Gambler.
84 and a quarter. That's our score for our rider. 84 and a
Awesome.
quarter.
84 and a quarter. Awesome.
84 and a quarter, ladies and gentlemen.
We got you that information before the announcer.
I know.
That's Who Dat Media on the ball.
There we go. Here we go. Rider getting ready.
The Gambler.
Yep, the Gambler. So the Evolution Spray Foam Chute on the right-hand side. It's great to watch one of these events in this beautiful arena. The sun is still up, so by the end of the day, Bob and I will go out in the parking lot and high-five each other for a great day and still have some sunshine to enjoy the rest of the beautiful South Dakota countryside.
No, you did a job well done when you can high five.
Well, you know, being vertical every day is worth high-fiving.
Yes.
Here we go.
Man, see how much more power we see in these 4-year-old bulls just being bigger. You could feel that over here. He just came out with strong power. Ryder stuck it out for as long as he could. At the end of the day, the Gambler won.
Yep. So next up after the Gambler, we have got 978 from Eller's Ekron. This is Sober Train.
So we're either on or off the Sober Train.
Right.
He's a son of Sober Up, who's a son of Stone Sober. Lots of sober.
Well, you know, there's a story behind every name. So we're down the Backyard Bucking Bull Chute with Sober Train 978 from Eller's Ekron. We have, after Silver Train, we've got 3 more bulls.
Hey, we're going to shoot number 2. Elar Stefan, sophomore tractor, Silver Train, and leads the bull.
Running out of things to say here at the end of our classic event.
But, it's kind of it's sitting back and watching the action going on with these bulls getting ready. And, I think a lot of times I find myself when I'm watching at home, I'm paying more attention to what the bulls are doing in the chute than what the announcers are saying. So enjoy it. I do want to mention that after this is over, the scores and things will be posted on MBBA bulls.net and also on WDTMsports.com. And on Facebook, and we can find that at MBBA Bulls on Facebook. So now this cowboy gets the prize for the ugliest chaps of the day.
Okay, did you just say chaps?
I did. Is that not what they're called?
No, sir.
So there you
I'm
go.
going to tell you now before someone else tells you.
Yeah.
Chaps.
Chaps.
Yeah.
Now,
They
what's
will
the
make
difference?
fun of you behind your back.
Now, tell me why is the difference?
So, chaps were made in the Old West to protect the cowboy from the chaparilla weed that grew wild. And it wasn't called the chaparilla, it was a chaparilla.
Now I got a party trick to tell
Yes.
people. That's awesome.
Now, bikers call them chaps.
Yeah.
Cowboys call them chaps.
Chaps.
Cowboys are correct.
I will never forget that. Chaps.
Chaps.
That's actually, I'd never expected that. So, see how those handlers are there to help that cowboy to keep him safe as that bull's getting a little excited in the chute. They grab him and make sure he's safe.
Thankful for them and thankful that Spanish Rice isn't the only shoot fighter at the MBBA event.
Now, here we go.
Oh!
I don't think that rider was ready.
He dashboarded him, didn't he? Right over the head.
He sure did.
Glad I'm not judging because all I was looking at was that rider come off. Barely
Yeah.
saw the bull, but we do have the replay up there for you if anyone else missed it.
Yep. So next up, we've got 909 going down to the Evolution Spray Foam Chute. This is Blizzard of Oz. Those of you Ozzy Osbourne fans, Blizzard of Oz, great name. And this is Eller's Willow Valley. And after Blizzard of Oz, we just have 2 more bulls to ride today.
So you mean this isn't a play on Wizard of Oz? This is an Ozzy Osbourne song?
Are you familiar with the musical stylings of Mr. Osbourne?
I am not.
I used to be a rock DJ a long time ago,
yeah.
so I definitely am.
I do know some Ozzy Osbourne, but not Blizzard of Oz.
Well, there's other bulls named after Ozzy stuff, like, for example, Crazy Train.
Yes, Crazy Train,
Yeah.
for sure. So most of these classic bulls competed in the MBBA last year as Derby bulls, and they come up into the classic.
And a lot of people ask me, what happens to the bulls after they compete in classic? Do they just go away? No, they go into breeding programs. Some compete, some may go to the PBR if they qualify for that kind of stuff. But bulls, like I said, we mentioned very much earlier, that bulls live a fantastic life.
Yeah, there's the PRCA,
And
there's
the
amateur events.
Correct.
Yep. So we talked about this morning, yearlings or T-ball. Those are your little leaguers. Your Futurity, that's your junior high kids. The Derby, those are your high school kids. Right now we're watching the college kids.
Right.
What happens after college? Well, you move on to your job, to your life.
Right.
So same with the bulls. That may be the PBR, maybe the PRCA, may just be breeding.
Yeah.
Maybe retired.
And that's a great way. That's I love the way you said that. And we mentioned the PRCA just a moment ago. Randy Shippey's oldest son, Riggin, is currently riding bulls on the PRCA.
Yes, out in Del Rio.
Right, and his younger son, Riley's also a bull rider. Riley's actually a judge today as he's reconditioning himself after an injury. But it's nice to see, and of course Randy was a bull rider back in the day. So it's nice to see that the heritage continues, family to family. I love going in their house and seeing the buckles everywhere. The buckles, the pictures, the memorabilia of all the rides and all the rodeos and all the things they've been to in their life. It's fascinating.
Yeah. So we talk about a lot about the pedigrees of these bulls and how we have to breed that into. It's the same with the cowboys.
Absolutely.
Exactly the same. And you see the generations after generations of doing this.
So this bull is getting ready to come out of this chute. This is Blizzard of Oz by Eller's Willow Valley, number 909. Cowboy's getting settled in, doing the wrap. Getting that rope taut. We're very close now. He's sitting down. There we go. Another ejection.
Yes, very quickly ejection.
Just looking at the replay here. Oh, yeah.
Handled him pretty quickly. Yeah, it's a flat spinner.
Yep.
He was overmatched.
It's interesting, you know, when you watch the replay, you see, wow, that hoof was really close to that rider's head.
When you really bring it down and look at it, it is a scary business.
You know, you wonder if their mothers watch this, these Cowboys' mothers.
I'll tell you, my husband's mother didn't. She wouldn't let him ride, so he had to wait till he was 18. She went and watched him one time. He got hurt, and she said never again.
Never. So,
however, she came out and watched her grand bulls buck.
So our last two bulls are coming out of the right gate, the Evolution Spray Foam gate. The next bull up is 916, Swipe Right. This is from Birma Rodeo. Did I say that right, Birma?
Birma, yes. I don't know. We don't have his breeding down here, but just looking at him from where I am, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some high chaparral in there, a bull that Birma Rodeo bred and raised.
Yeah, big bull.
Pro bull. All of Birma's are. He knows how to raise them right. Blaine Peterson is our rider. Swipe right. I don't know enough about that to know if that's an accept or a decline when you swipe right.
Yeah.
Our rider, Blaine Peterson.
So it's amazing. We're coming to the end of the day, and you know, I could do this for another 5 hours.
I could.
It's so much fun. It's really entertaining. Of course, we've got a 10.5-hour drive tomorrow, and then I got a flight home to North Carolina. It's a wash, rinse, repeat for the next time.
Yes. Only 8 hours for me.
Okay, so I'm going to play the world's smallest violin for you. And I got to go back to work on Monday afternoon. Here we go.
I liked what I saw.
And he came right over to say hello to us. That is
Yes.
a muscular, good-sized bull.
He demands respect. I loved how a buck came out of there, clicked those heels up. Fancy. I'd be happy if I was Birma.
So we're down to the last bull of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sin Wagon 9XD8, Johnson and Conan.
I like this.
And so my partner Bob says that he likes this bull.
He likes the
You like
name.
this bull? You like the name?
I like the name.
So
Okay.
I was going to say, different than the sober train, now we're on the Sin Wagon.
The Sin Wagon, that's
yes.
right.
Little funner over on the Sin Wagon. Johnson Coleman, Wyatt Nordstagard is our rider. Last event. Last bull, he's not loaded yet. We've got some time here.
So we can't do what we're doing without the help of a lot of people. I want to mention the Shippies who come out here. Their whole family works on this event. Of course, I want to thank my partner Bob, who's out here with me today. I want to thank, of course, you've done an amazing job today, and I thank you so much for sitting in. It was the happiest moment of my life when I saw you walk up, and I'm like, okay, give her some headphones. Let's go. Let's go. So, Tennille, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. We also want to thank our sponsors. We've got Jerky Pro and also Paul Bryan USA, paulbryanusa.com, and www.jerky.pro. Now you can have the special final three letters in your web address, so it's jerky.pro. Check them out. Both are offering discounts. Paul Ryan USA, if you just add the code at checkout called Bull 15. That's Bull 15. You get 15% off your purchase of the best socks you will ever put on your feet. I promise you, try them out. You'll thank me. And of course, at Jerky Pro, just use MBBA, and you'll get a discount on that delicious jerky that I'm about to eat. And just when you make your purchase, it's really good stuff. It comes out of Ohio, right here in the United States. All natural, non-GMO. So here we are in the right gate, and of course, it's hurry up and wait on the last bull of the day.
Having a little trouble there getting our rope on. Not fighting the chute nearly as much as we've seen, but if you can see, he is haltered, so he does probably have a history of fighting the chute.
Sure.
Usually that's when they get haltered.
Yep.
Standing pretty good now. Wyatt Nordstagard. We've seen him a lot today. Oh. And I gotta quote Donnie Gay, whose famous lines are, "If you land on your feet, you ain't trying."
That's right.
I don't know if he was trying or not, but he did land on his feet.
Well,
We appreciate him for coming out here, getting on bulls. Got on a lot of them.
he did, and for a second there, I thought he was going to surf on that bull.
Yeah.
So here's the deal, folks. What's going to happen here is our broadcast is going to end. We will have the final scores and all of that stuff posted online. You can go to mbbabulls.net. You can go to wdtmsports.com. And we are also going to mention one of our great sponsors, of course, of our broadcast and also our host of the event is Randy Shippey, who's been out here, and we want to make sure you guys know that he has done an amazing job. I want to tell you more about his programs out here.
Since 1996, Shippey Rodeo Bulls has been breeding and training bucking bulls as well as cows with offspring that will perform not only at competition level, but professionally as well. Our stock contains high-quality genetics geared specifically towards all competitive levels of the MBBA, ABBI, PRCA, and the PBR. Whether you're new to the industry and sport, or if you're an experienced breeder or contractor, Shippey Rodeo Bulls has something for you. Owning a bucking bull is easy, even if you know nothing about bulls. No experience? No place to keep them? No worries. Shippey Rodeo Bulls hauls them, feeds them, and trains them. You watch and have fun. And we can customize the investment partnership to fit your specific needs. Shippey Rodeo Bulls offers sales of bulls, heifers, and cows, along with investment opportunities for ownership interest in young bulls, heifers, and older bulls, and semen sales. Call us today at 605-842-5089 or visit us online at shippeyrodeobulls.com.
And of course, thank you to Randy Shippey. And like I said, if you're ever out in this part of the world, or even if I don't care if you're in New Jersey, Brooklyn, New York, or whatever, and you're into bulls and you want to be part of the bull environment, you can contact Randy Shippey, become a partner, and any of our contractors today who like to partner with bulls. So what we're going to do now is wrap things up, and we really appreciate if you join us. We have been on the air for 7 hours and 49 minutes. Is that correct on the count? Yeah, 7 hours and 49 minutes, and it seems like it's just been 30 minutes. It just flies by. It's constant action, and it's so much fun. So we're going to sign off. Our next event is May 20th, and it's a full event with Yearlings, Futurity, Derby, and Classic, and it is the MBBA event here May 20th here in Cologne, South Dakota, and the Buckers Unlimited. When is your next event?
So we're still working out. Hopefully we have a June event, but as of right now, July 1st.
Okay. Well, listen, make sure you guys check out mbbabulls.net, wdtmsports.com, and we will see you in May, and have a great day. Thanks for joining, and God bless.
Brought to you by Jerky Pro, the go-to snack of pro gamers and athletes. Low-fat, high-protein, organic, and 100% made in America. And by Hall Bryan USA, high-quality socks, 100% American designed and manufactured in the USA. What's on your feet? And by Who Did That Media, one of America's fastest-growing creative services agencies. We reach millions of consumers daily. Event production by Shippey Rodeo Bulls and the Midwest Bucking Bull Association. Local sponsorship by Hal Payne's Rank Supplement, Shippey Realty, Kuchera Electric, and Larson Ranch. Also by Bailey Pro Rodeo, Chili's Liquor, Dan's Last Shot, El Tapatio, Grossenberg Implement, Gregory Animal Clinic, Frontier Bar, Nagel Construction, Raven Angus, KWYR Magic 93, Team and Hay, and Premier Ag. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.